Chapter 76. Heavenly Temple. A figure slowly appeared, and it was Aixi. After Aixi came out of Supreme Kai, she rushed here without stopping. Remember that Son Goku and the other two died here. If nothing unexpected happens, the three of them must have been training in there for 5 whole years. Aixi was a little ashamed. 5 years. What is the concept? A person does not eat, drink or move. He won't be hungry or tired, so let him play games, keep playing games, and play Gobi. Can anyone bear it? It will drive you crazy. Not to mention that this is still cultivation. Aixi no longer dared to think about it. How crazy would it be if the three of them came out? Is it necessary to fight so hard? Aixi was somewhat impressed by the willpower of Son Goku and the other two. At this time, 2 figures trotted over. Dende and Bobo. Dende looked at Aixi, a little reserved, and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Aixi." Bobo also said slowly, "Hello, Mr. Aixi." Aixi looked at Wu Sanqi and smiled at the two of them, "Hello." I saw that the other person looked very friendly. Dende finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that they get along well. He was also afraid that Aixi's personality would be like Vegeta's. Dende asked tentatively, "Mr. Aixi, what brings you to the Temple of Heaven?" Aixi nodded, "I'll come find Son Goku and the others." Dende suddenly realized and said quickly, "I understand, come with me." On the way, Dende said worriedly, "I changed the usage limit of the Spirit Time House last time. It is no longer limited to 2 days. But they don't know how to control themselves. They stayed in there for too long. I don't know if there will be any problems." Aixi smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'll go take a look." Dende breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Aixi, "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Aixi." After saying that, Dende paused, looked at the door in front of him and said slowly, "This is it." Aixi nodded, slowly opened the door, and stepped inside. Dende breathed a sigh of relief, and looked a little worried, "I don't know what's going on inside." Bobo said in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, Lord God, nothing will happen to them, they are just practicing." Dende pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "Indeed, then I will go and make a meal first. Mr. Goku will definitely shout that he is hungry when he comes out." Bobo said quickly, "You don't have to do it, Lord God. Let Bobo do it. Bobo will do it." Spirit Time House. As soon as Aixi stepped in, what came into view was a blank, endless white. Gravity suddenly increased tenfold. Oxygen turbidity concentration is low. Judging from the environment alone, it is indeed very suitable for cultivation. Aixi looked around. Where are the people? There is no sign of anyone nearby. Aixi looked at the sofa beside him. If it weren't for some daily necessities, he would have suspected that the 3 people were missing. Aixi took a step forward and instantly arrived hundreds of kilometers ahead. There was no one there. Aixi hesitated, "Where are the people?" Aixi took a deep breath and released it completely, "Call out." Instantly, a powerful energy was released from his body, instantly spreading over millions of kilometers, tens of millions of kilometers. Aixi opened her eyes and found it. Swish! Instant transmission. At the same time, in a certain space, 3 figures are engaging in a fierce battle, and the sky is filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Astonishing fighting power permeated the entire space. The extremely powerful and vigorous energy spreads all over the place. The 3 are Son Goku, Vegeta and Broly. Bang! 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 The 3 men's bodies were covered with beads of sweat, and their shirts had already been torn. Scars of all sizes all over the body. They hit each other desperately. Bang! Bang! Son Goku instant transmission appeared in front of Vegeta and punched Vegeta in the stomach with all his strength. Before he could continue to attack, he was slammed into the sky by the roaring Buleten Ling and Lang Lang. Boom! After knocking Son Goku flying, Broly didn't stop yet, he grabbed Vegeta's head and smashed it hard towards Son Goku below. Son Goku and Vegeta collided violently, making a loud roar. But the next moment, the 2 of them suddenly disappeared. Instantly came to Broly's back, one on the left and one on the right. Loneliness. Final flash. The 2 shouted at the same time, suddenly releasing their strongest moves. In an instant, the terrifying aura tore through time and space, roaring towards Broly. Broly turned his head suddenly, his face was ferocious, and he slowly grew serious. Ha ha! A green light suddenly appeared in his mouth, majestic and violent, and an energy bomb with boundless pressure condensed out. Mouth bomb! The surging and terrifying energy crashed into the energy of the two people in front. The three of them looked ferocious. This is clearly a brawl. Just when the three energy bombs were about to touch. One sip. A figure appeared out of nowhere. The person who came was AIXI. Call out. The moment she arrived here, AIXI's expression suddenly changed. 10,000 times the gravity. What the hell? AIXI had experienced this kind of gravity when she was taught by Vados, so she was naturally familiar with it. However, now is obviously not the time to worry about gravity. Three terrifying energies are coming towards me. And it is only millimeters away from AIXI. Son Goku and the other two who released the energy also noticed something in an instant. Oh, my! But it was too late to withdraw the attack. Destroy! Just when he was about to touch AIXI, a cold voice spread. 1 SEC. Suddenly, a faint purple aura spread from AIXI's body, and the endless destruction was hazy in your mind. In just a moment, the three incoming energies were turned into ashes and annihilated. Original place. AIXI looked puzzled. These three energy waves were not weak and almost hit him. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used destructive force in time, he might have been hit. Although it didn't hurt, I still got hurt. He didn't want to get covered in dust for no reason. AIXI couldn't help but look at the three of them. The three of them are at normal combat strength at this moment. But its strength has undergone a tremendous change. Much stronger than when I first came in. But it is not clear how strong it is, so let's wait and see the results tomorrow. AIXI looked at the three people and asked, have you been practicing like this for 5 years? When the three saw AIXI, they immediately stopped what they were doing and slowly flew over. Son Goku took a deep breath. AIXI, why is it you? You scared me, I almost hit you. Vegeta came over. Has it been 5 years? Vegeta looked at AIXI and replied, it can be considered as cultivating your fighting power while cultivating your mind. After all, no one can stand continuous cultivation. AIXI nodded, that's right. Broly's expression remained unchanged, his eyes slightly narrowed. He was so strong, but he didn't expect that AIXI could resolve the sudden attack in time. It seems that AIXI is still very strong. AIXI nodded, 5 days outside, 5 years inside, you have been practicing for 5 years. The three of them suddenly realized. During this period of time, I have been practicing day and night just to become stronger. Now there are finally some results. Son Goku looked at AIXI, eager to try. 4.9 AIXI, since you are here, how about we have a fight? AIXI shook her head, I want to play against the 6th universe tomorrow. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, the game is about to start. AIXI nodded, yes. Son Goku looked excited, great, I've been wanting to try it out for a long time. Vegeta stared at AIXI, AIXI, how strong are you? AIXI thought for a moment and said, not sure. EA. Uncertain? What does this mean? AIXI smiled and said, there's no need to compare yourself with me. You'll feel desperate if you do. The three of them were silent. DB. It seems like it hits them a bit. AIXI added, but I can tell you that you are already very close to me. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. AIXI looked around and asked in confusion, what's wrong with the space here? How did it become 10,000 times larger? P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 77. AIXI is puzzled. Hasn't the spirit time room always had 10 times the gravity? How did it become 10,000 times? Son Goku looked serious, actually, we didn't find this thing when we first came in. Come to think of it, I discovered it one day when I was bored. AIXI raised an eyebrow, bored. Vegeta took a step forward, glanced at Son Goku, and said slowly, Kakarot, that idiot, said he wanted to see how big the spirit time chamber was, so he ran to a place far away from the entrance, and he actually discovered something new. Vegeta looked around with a serious expression, we found that the gravity increases exponentially the further inland you go. The further inward you go, the greater the gravity. AIXI frowned slightly. Is there such a saying? AIXI thought for a while and said, what is the limit? Have you ever explored it? The spiritual time chamber should be infinite. If gravity expands as space expands, then, wouldn't it be unlimited? Son Goku shook his head. The highest we know so far is only 100,000 times, and we haven't been to any further places. It is indeed infinite. AIXI narrowed her eyes slightly, which was a bit scary. AIXI had a question in her mind, who invented such a terrifying training place? Tenjin? It's absolutely impossible. If a god had this ability, why would he still be a little god on Earth? He probably can only interfere -17. Being able to create a space with infinite size, infinite gravity, and different speeds of time, you can imagine how terrifying it is. This kind of thing, I'm afraid it can only be done at the Grand Priest level? After a moment's hesitation, AIXI shook her head. Forget it. Why bother with this? No matter who created it, as long as it is harmless, isn't that enough? AIXI looked at the three people and said, come on, get out. You guys stayed too long and made Dende worried to death. The three of them nodded. It's been a while indeed. But it's mainly driven by obsession. Son Goku is unwilling to be so weak that he needs to be protected by others. Vegeta is unwilling to be inferior to others and is determined to challenge Reg to a duel. Broly came purely to become stronger, and to accompany the two of them. These pure goals have led the three of them to practice until now. Spirit Time House. Outside the door, Dende looked at the door nervously. Why hasn't he come out yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the Spirit Time House slowly opened. Several figures slowly walked out from it. Dende quickly raised his head with a look of surprise. Mr. AIXI, and everyone, you finally came out. Dende breathed a sigh of relief. If he doesn't come out, he will be really worried to death. The top fighting force on Earth, all disappeared in his place. He can't bear the blame. But fortunately, that didn't happen. When Son Goku saw Dende, he immediately felt that what he and the others had done was inappropriate, so he apologized. Dende, I'm so sorry, we were so obsessed with it that we practiced for so long. Dende quickly shook his head. No need to apologize, I just hope you guys stay safe, because, the Spirit Time House, I don't know too much. Son Goku nodded and said seriously, I understand. Dende nodded, and then asked tentatively, well, so how is your training going? 5 years, and 3 top-notch scions, they must be invincible, right? Dende thought that after all, they were Sunwoo and his 3 men, and after 5 years of training, they were probably invincible. Son Goku thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure how much stronger I've become. There's a martial arts competition tomorrow, I can go and give it a try. Aside. Vegeta didn't say anything, but his expression was slightly stunned. How strong is it? I really don't know. During this period of time, he only focused on improving his normal combat effectiveness and ignored everything else. Should I reach Reek's level? Should I? Vegeta wasn't sure either. Broly glanced at AIXI. How strong is it? He is definitely not as strong as AIXI. As for Reg, Broly already feels that he can beat him. If nothing else, the shadow of Super Saiyan 5 has degenerated a bit now. This form really caused him a lot of psychological trauma. Just 2 punches shattered his dream of being invincible. Dende thought for a while and said with a smile, with your abilities, tomorrow will definitely be a favorable game. I want to go see it too, but I can't leave this side of the earth. Dende looked regretful. A martial arts competition between 2 universes. Who wouldn't want to see this? Son Goku was speechless. It was he who brought Dende to Earth. This position indeed required him to be in the Earth's heavenly temple all the time. Now it seems that, the opponent's range of activities seems to be extremely restricted. Dende noticed Son Goku's expression and realized that his words seemed ambiguous, so he quickly said, it's not that I think this position is bad, I just like being a god on Earth, there's nothing else to it. Son Goku scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Dende, I'm so sorry. Dende shook his head and said seriously, please don't think too much, Mr. Goku. I just regret that I can't see the scene. I am very honored to be a god on Earth. Son Goku didn't say anything more. He smiled and changed the subject. Dende, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Dende smiled and said, Mr. Popo is cooking, it will be ready soon. It seemed that the three of them were planning to have a free meal. AIXI said slowly, we will gather in Zeta tomorrow morning, Beerus and Whis will come to pick us up. The three of them nodded. AIXI's figure slowly disappeared and returned home. The next day, AIXI was ready to go, quietly waiting for his woman to come downstairs. Not long. Three beautiful figures slowly walked down. It is worth mentioning that, since Taisai and AIXI got together, the entire apartment where AIXI and others lived was bought by Taisai. It can be said that all the apartments nearby are now AIXI's homes. There are no neighbors. This is the financial strength of Bulma Capsule Company, 0148063175 Philo 1120411041. Although AIXI could do it himself, he felt it was meaningless. Number 18 came up and stared at AIXI with cold eyes. Why did you get up so early again? AIXI was a little confused. What was the problem? AIXI answered without hesitation, I always start at this time. Number 18 snorted coldly, I don't believe it, asterisk. AIXI was a little confused, why don't you believe it? Number 18 said angrily, I won't tell you. After saying that, the figure of number 18 walked out first. AIXI. Looking for trouble, hey? At this time, number 21 came over with a smile. Hey, are you frustrated? AIXI looked at number 21 and hugged him, what happened to No 18? No 21's cheeks were slightly red, and she leaned quietly in AIXI's arms. Whispered, she must be jealous. AIXI was stunned, jealous. Right. AIXI was completely confused, who are you jealous of? Number 21 shook his head, I don't know either, maybe he is jealous of an unknown woman. Unknown woman's jealousy? Where did this unknown woman come from? At this moment, a finger poked AIXI's back. Taisai came up and said slowly, stupid, of course it's because of your master? Leading. AIXI suddenly realized that she had mentioned Vados to them. AIXI raised her eyebrows slightly. Number 18, this won't do. We'll all be sisters from now on. It must be adjusted properly. Not long. Bulma Capsules, Incorporated Beerus couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw so many random people. He said that we can bring family members, and friends, but he didn't say that we can bring so many. Have all the 9 clans been found? Beerus looked at Son Goku and said in a deep voice, Goku, is this just a little bit of what you said? Son Goku smiled and said, it is indeed a little bit more. More than just a little more. Beerus Brick looked at Whis and asked, Whis, can you take me down? Whis counted the number of people carefully and said with a smile, of course, Master Beerus. Beerus nodded, okay, let's go. Whis conjured up a rectangular shuttle block. Everyone stepped on it with surprise, sighing and marveling at it. Although there are a lot of people, it doesn't seem crowded for the shuttle block, and it is even spacious. Everyone was chatting with each other. Yam Sha looked excited, this is the first time I have seen the starry sky up close. I used to see it from Earth. Krillin was holding a child and sighed, I did see it once, but it was on the way to fight Frieza, and I didn't appreciate the scenery properly. Front. Beerus looked at Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, his eyes narrowed slightly, they've become much stronger. He finally understood why Son Goku refused to train in the Gods of Destruction world. Was it because Earth could make them so strong? Son Goku laughed, still can't compare to Master Beerus. Beerus crossed his arms and said calmly, don't compete with me. How many times have I said it? Why don't you listen? Son Goku smiled and said nothing. Beerus seemed to think of something, looked at AIXI, and said in a slightly tense tone, AIXI, Kompa said that he will also have a very strong scion as a backup, you have to pay attention. AIXI raised her eyebrows slightly, extremely strong scion. Beerus nodded, yes, this idiot can't keep secrets. Whenever he has something happy, he wants to show it off to me. That's what he said yesterday. AIXI nodded, I understand. It's interesting, Kompa was beaten up by me a while ago, but he still arrogantly said that there will be a very strong scion in charge. It must be not weak. Who could it be? Is this the trump card? AIXI narrowed her eyes slightly. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 78. Son Goku came forward and asked in confusion, Master Beerus, what do you mean, are there scions in the 6th universe as well? Beerus replied, yes. Beerus was not interested and didn't want to explain any more to Son Goku. This guy was like a curious baby, he kept asking questions. But at this time, Vegeta and others also looked over. Everyone looked at him, all with a desire to learn. Beerus was helpless. Just when he was about to start explaining, he noticed Whis, who was driving above him, was laughing. Beerus looked up, Whis, what are you laughing at? Whis smiled and said, nothing, I just thought of something funny. Beerus rolled his eyes and said impatiently, Whis, explain it to them, I won't say any more. Whis nodded. Although he was on top of the shuttle cube, he could still transmit the sound to everyone's ears accurately. I understand, Lord Beerus. Whis looked at Son Goku and the others and said with a smile, in fact, the relationship between the 6th universe and the 7th universe is similar to that of twins, showing symmetry. For example, some things that exist in the 7th universe also exist in the 6th universe, like the Earth, the 6th universe should also exist. Everyone suddenly realized, so this is how it is. But, the next second, everyone's expression changed again. Whis paused, and continued, but the scion are different. According to the earliest information, the scion of the 6th universe and the 7th universe are actually from the same lineage. Belong to the same lineage. What? Vegeta was shocked, what do you mean? Whis thought for a moment and said, well, it's like this, the early scions were of the same lineage, they were born bloodthirsty and violent, killing innocent people, fighting in every universe, killing and plundering others. Over time, problems arose internally, and some scions who advocated peace emerged. They overthrew the warlike scions who were mainly engaged in aggression against others, and drove them away for 41. These words naturally made everyone feel extremely shocked. Vegeta was horrified, so, the scions on planet Vegeta were driven out. Are you kidding me? AIXI didn't react much, he already knew all these things. Beerus nodded, it seems to be the case at the moment. Vegeta gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Son Goku didn't react much, but was a little confused, so are they stronger or are we stronger? Whis smiled and said, they were all driven out. What do you think? The implication is, not as good as others. Vegeta frowned, how is that possible? Are you kidding? Vegeta attaches great importance to Scion's dignity. How could he accept that the other party is stronger than his own Scion? Son Goku looked excited, really? I can't wait to see them. Whis nodded slightly, it's almost there, call out. The shuttle block suddenly stopped. Bang! Everyone was out of control, lost their balance, and fell forward violently. Ouch, what are you doing? Why did you stop so suddenly? It hurts so much. Bulma and a group of ordinary people smashed together. Dissatisfied voices were heard. Whis didn't care and smiled faintly, we're here. AIXI looked slightly surprised as she looked at the planet in front of her. Aside. Taisai was surprised, so beautiful. AIXI nodded. Indeed, the planet in front of her was like an ink painting, colorful. Just like himself, the Super 4 stars were collected by Compa early on, so the chosen competition venue was also changed. Call out. Whis drove the shuttle cube and slowly stopped it. After landing, what came into view was a lush grassland on one side, and not far away on the flat ground, stood a standard martial arts arena. Everyone walked down the shuttle cube, looked around in amazement, and marveled at the wonder. AIXI looked forward. All of Compa's people have arrived and are now sitting in the audience waiting. Call out. Two figures flew over slowly. It is Compa and Vados. Oh? I thought you were too worried to come, you're just skinny. Compa saw Beerus and opened his mouth. A mocking expression caught Beerus's eyes. Beerus. Beerus' forehead veins popped out, and he said angrily, what did you say, fat pig? Compa challenged, Loyalu. Hit me. Beerus clenched his fists and said, calm down. Calm down. After forcibly suppressing his anger, he said coldly, fat pig, I won't bother with you today. Oh. Compa raised his eyebrows, Beerus, when did you become a ninja turtle? Beerus, Vados held his forehead with his hand, looking helpless, Master Compa, when will this end? Are you still going to fight? Kompa snorted coldly, who asked this skinny guy to provoke me for no reason last time? Vados looked at Whis and Beerus and nodded slightly as a greeting, then looked at AIXI with a smile. Don't you recognize me? AIXI smiled and said, I know her. Master. Vados nodded with satisfaction, then narrowed his eyes and looked at the three figures beside AIXI. My disciple is really not bad. Kompa is also watching AIXI, and he now has a huge shadow on AIXI. But, as if he thought of something, he chuckled. Number 18 gently pinched AIXI and whispered to her, it's better for you to just be a master. Number 21 has an unnatural expression, a master-disciple complex, she has the final say. Taisai didn't think too much about it. She had let it go long before she had two sisters. It's also okay to have multiple angels as sisters. Beerus said calmly, let's go, I'll see if the arena you built is okay. Everyone followed and walked over. At the same time, Whis invited everyone who was watching the game to come to the spectator seats. On the way, Son Goku and his group were whispering about the mysterious Scion. AIXI walked in front, he had already noticed the so-called trump card Scion. The other party did not reveal his aura, and what he felt at the moment was very ordinary, not very strong. AIXI's expression remained unchanged, this was of course just an appearance. How strong it is depends on actual combat. Came to the ring. Beerus looked around and frowned, Fat Pig, are you so frugal? Why did you build such a small arena? The same goes for the auditorium. Can you give them some soft seats? Why are you using hard seats? Is that how you treat guests? Are you a country bumpkin? Asterisk 8. Kompa looked uneasy and said cunningly, this was built by Vados. Vados looked unhappy, Master Kompa, you are not right. It is obviously you who are in charge. What does it have to do with me? Beerus sneered, admit it, you have no taste. Kompa said angrily, who cares about this or that? Are you going to fight or not? J. Beerus said coldly. Kompa looked at the audience on his side, waved his hand, and shouted, come down. Call out. 5 figures slowly fell down. AIXI glanced away. Gabe, Caulifla, Kale, Hit, and a skinny man. AIXI squinted her eyes and looked at the man. A character that does not appear in the original novel. While AIXI was hitting the other person was also sizing him up. At this time, Kompa came over with a smile, AIXI, do you know who he is? AIXI looked at Kompa and said, speak. Kompa said seriously, King Sarada. Sarada King? AIXI nodded, understanding it. Kompa said mysteriously, he will definitely surprise you. AIXI said calmly, he can also kill you in 1 second. Kompa looked unhappy, it's meaningless for you to chat like this. Don't you have anything else to say? AIXI shook her head, if you think he can beat me, then compare yourself to him and see if he can kill you in 1 second. If he can, then he is really strong. AIXI was honest, he really couldn't see where the Sarada King was so strong. Tail no. Is it possible to ignore the tail and become Super 4 or Super 5? Kompa said in a deep voice, he is very strong, I can only tell you. After saying, Kompa then slowly flew back. After the two sides got to know each other, Beerus and Kompa started the competition. The referee looked serious and spoke slowly. Follow. Then, the friendly match between the 6th universe and the 7th universe officially begins. 5 contestants from each team. After reading the rules, the referee said solemnly, please send 1 player from each team. Beerus here. Beerus stroked his chin, thinking. He slowly turned his gaze towards Whis and asked, Whis, who do you think will be sent in the first round? After thinking for a while, Whis said seriously, AIXI, 5 am. AIXI. Beerus was silent. You are really serious? Son Goku finished quickly. Beerus shook his head and said slowly, AIXI is definitely a backup. We don't know the details of Scion that Kompa mentioned, so it's better to be cautious. Son Goku nodded quickly, yes, there are also 4 Scions on the other side, Wang Dezhao, we must not underestimate them. He was really afraid of sending AIXI, because then he would have no room for maneuver. 5 years of practice. How can you accept this? After Beerus thought about it, he decided it would be better to ask everyone's opinions. So he looked at everyone and asked, who wants to go up? Son Goku quickly stepped forward, me. I'll try first. Beerus nodded, okay, then it's up to you. Son Goku nodded seriously, I will, Beerus Tianxia. Then, Son Goku, with an excited look on his face, fell straight down and jumped steadily on the ring. Opposite. Kompa said in a deep voice, Vados, who do you think can go up? Vados glanced at him and said calmly, it's all right. At this time, a stream of water appeared beside him. Caulifla. Caulifla looked at Kompa, full of fighting spirit, I'll go first. Ever since she was humiliated by AIXI last time, she has doubled her efforts in training. She almost forgot everything else. Just to be able to surpass AIXI. Kompa looked at Caulifla, win. Caulifla stared at Son Goku below and said seriously, when you can. This weird uncle looks very weak. Kompa said seriously, okay, we must get the first point. Caulifla nodded, of course, I'll kill AIXI all the way. Call out. The words fell. She jumped straight down. P.S. Please give me some money. Chapter 79. Here we go. Son Goku from the 7th universe versus Caulifla from the 6th universe. After the referee's opening remarks, Beerus and Kompa simultaneously fired an energy bomb, signaling the end of the match. Then, the competition officially begins. The referee shouted and waved his hand, announcing the start of the game. Beerus here. Vegeta frowned slightly, carefully looked at the person on the other side, and looked at Beerus, why let the female scion play? At the same time, he secretly thought in his heart, it's fine to let the female scion play, but why can't the male scion play too? They are all so skinny, like monkeys, short and weak. Beerus snorted coldly, how should I know? They are not our people. Vegeta frowned, it's not that I look down on this female scion, but how can a female scion fight? In his impression, male scions were always responsible for the battles, while female scions mostly played the role of housewives. Beerus said with uncertainty, maybe, he doesn't have any scion to show off. AIXI smiled, and he knew why. Last time in Universe 6. Kale must have made quite an impression on Kompa. Vegeta crossed his arms, maybe. Below. Son Goku and Caulifla are facing each other from a distance. Caulifla looked excited, her eyes full of fighting spirit, hey, you are a scion too. Son Goku nodded and looked Caulifla over briefly. Then. Son Goku was wondering. So weak? DJB. Maybe it's hiding? Son Goku thought to himself, this must be it, people nowadays like to hide their weaknesses. Isn't it the same for me? Caulifla frowned slightly and said in a bad tone, 930 Hey, uncle, what's that expression on your face? Son Goku put away his expression, smiled and said, nothing, come on. Afterwards, Son Goku assumed a fighting stance, his expression slightly focused, his breath naturally restrained, and his face calm and composed. Seeing this, Caulifla couldn't help but get excited, that's right, let me see how good you are. Call out. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure turned into a flash and rushed out, heading straight towards Son Goku. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Son Goku and threw a punch. Hit Son Goku hard in the face. Snap. Son Goku remained calm, raised his hand and easily blocked the opponent's punch, and immediately made a move to punch Caulifla. Bang! Son Goku's punch was less powerful, but it was still very fast. At least in Caulifla's eyes, the speed was immeasurable. Caulifla's pupils suddenly shrank, and before she could react, she was hit hard in the face. Ah! Caulifla screamed and flew backwards onto the stage. The first round is over. Everyone present was stunned. AIXI this way. Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, is this guy coming here to make fun of me? Son Gohan remained silent. Until just now, he was still nervous, fearing that the opponent was too strong. What was the result? Want to make you laugh? But he still defended the other party with his good character, maybe, he didn't perform well. Vegeta. What a botched performance. Not far away. The people sitting on Whis' special round cushions were also dumbfounded. Is this a match between universes? Yamcha didn't know much. He looked at Son Goku and frowned, Goku hit me too hard. He even gave way to the girls. Piccolo's eyelids twitched, he looked at Yamcha and said in a deep voice, although I don't quite understand your relationship between men and women, but, what you said is wrong. I can see that Goku's punch just now was not strong enough. Krillin also nodded, that's right. Besides, there is no distinction between men and women in the competition. Just do it. Hearing everyone refute me. Yamcha's face changed slightly, what are you doing? He just wants to find a sense of existence, is it that serious? Opposite. Kampa's face was gloomy. He still wanted to kill AIXI? It's a life or death game for Ents. Kampa was about to start cursing, but then he thought of something and glanced at King Saravo. Still, he forced himself to hold back his anger. Forget it, I'll just sulk. Vados smiled softly, then glanced at King Sarada. This guy really has some skills. Even she has been kept in the dark, so she is very well hidden. If she hadn't taken the initiative to find Kampa to sign up a few days ago, she really didn't know that there would be such a master in her universe. But Vados looked at AIXI, and was probably not as good as AIXI. Feeling someone looking at her, AIXI slowly raised her eyes and then met Vados's. AIXI was a little confused, but still smiled. Seeing this, Vados couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and reveal a beautiful smile. Dib. Aside. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you two flirting? The atmosphere was tense, and suddenly you two looked at each other and smiled? But Whis only dared to think about this in his heart and did not dare to say it out loud. Below. The referee was standing next to Caulifla, holding a timer in his hand and muttering, 5. Just when I was about to finish reading. After sleeping for a while, Caulifla stood up with difficulty. She waved at the referee and said, Stop, I can still fight. She shook her dizzy head and looked at Son Goku. There was an extremely solemn look in his eyes. First it was AIXI, and now Son Goku, why are they all so scary? Opposite. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other party finally stand up. Son Goku looked a little complaining. Oh. I should have known not to listen to Whis, don't take any battle lightly, try to use all your strength. And then, he listened. Even though he only listened to half of it, he listened to it anyway. He used all the strength he thought he could use to force the other party to use his full strength. He did not control his strength to match the opponent's current aura. This is how he almost killed Caulifla with one punch. Looking at the opponent's miserable condition, Son Goku couldn't bear to fight anymore. Son Goku hesitated for a moment and said, how about, you admit defeat? However, these kind words, when heard by Caulifla, had a completely different meaning. Caulifla looked grim, staring at Son Goku, what did you say? Son Goku was puzzled, but still said, it will do you no good to continue fighting like this, you should just admit defeat. Caulifla clenched her fists, her face gloomy, and said angrily, damn it, boom. The next moment, the ring beneath her feet suddenly began to tremble violently, an invisible aura emerged from her body. The golden ripples slowly spread, call out. The next moment, a layer of golden flames suddenly rose around Caulifla's body, her aura suddenly surged, and her hair and eyebrows also turned golden in an instant. Super Saiyan. Son Goku was stunned, Super 1. The expressions of the people present did not change much, after all, they had all seen it before. Kampa just breathed a sigh of relief, it should have been done earlier. Why did you keep hiding the Super Saiyan? But he trailed off. Gabe on the side hesitated for a moment and then said, Master Kampa, we don't actually know how to become Super Saiyan. Kampa was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said he didn't care. No? Stop joking. He had seen Kaier transform with his own eyes. How could it not be? Gabe sighed. He wanted to explain that the Saiyan on their Sarada planet were different from those on the other side. They hardly had any Super Saiyans. But Kampa didn't listen. At this time, King Sarada suddenly said, Kampa, our Saiyan from the 6th universe will indeed not become a Super Saiyan. Kampa was stunned, looked at King Sarada, and asked in confusion, then what did you show me that day? King Sarada said, I am an exception, but the Saiyan here really can't transform into a Super Saiyan. Kampa groaned, forget it, as long as you can transform. Caulifla took a deep breath, looking excited. She clenched her fists, feeling the surging power in her body, and asked excitedly, is this, Super Saiyan? Then, she couldn't help but look at Son Goku and shouted, come again. Whoosh! After saying that, she turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out, bang! 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 Son Goku backed away from the attack and praised, not bad. Caulifla said excitedly, power keeps surging from my body. I'm so excited. Above. Beerus' face turned pale and his fists clenched. Suddenly he shouted at Son Goku, Goku, how long are you going to fight? Give me one move to take her. Son Goku looked unhappy, Master Beerus, what are you in such a hurry for? Humph. If you don't hurry up, don't play in the next round. Beerus shouted coldly. Son Goku's expression suddenly changed, I know. Then, he looked at Caulifla and said slowly, in order for me to continue fighting, although I'm sorry, but you go down first. Caulifla was stunned, and just as she was about to say something, she saw a huge fist swinging towards her. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Caulifla flew out uncontrollably, landing on the ring. Fall into coma. Elder sister. Kale suppressed his inner restlessness and quickly went down to pick up Caulifla. Flying towards the preparation seat above. Kamba looked unhappy and looked at everyone, who will go up? I'll do it. Kair put Caulifla down and said coldly. Kamba looked at Kair and said solemnly, try to use all your strength, to take down Son Goku. Kair nodded and looked at Son Goku with a cold expression. The anger in his eyes was about to turn into substantial power and emerge, P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 80. Kair jumped down without any hesitation. Beerus and Kamba looked at each other and fired an energy bomb each, starting the match. So, Son Goku vs Kale, ah! The referee had barely finished speaking when a terrifying aura filled the entire arena. The referee was startled and flew backwards uncontrollably. Kair looked ferocious, staring at Son Goku, how dare you hurt my sister? Son Goku frowned and looked at Kair. This seemed to be the same as Broly? Unforgivable. Kair roared softly, and all the anger that had been accumulated in his body for a long time was released at this moment. Hey 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 ah! Boom! Green flames rose from his feet into the sky. Kair's pupil shrank, and then gradually lost their anxiety and turned into a blank. As her breath rose, her hair turned yellow-green in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. After turning yellow-green, her anger seemed to be unrelieved, and it turned green again. Son Goku was slightly surprised, transformation. He is very familiar with this form. Above. Vegeta raised an eyebrow and looked at Broly, Broly, a scion like you. Broly nodded, his eyes fixed on Kair. I never thought that I would meet scion of the same bloodline in my lifetime. Beerus looked at Kair and concluded, this super is too watery, and is not on the same level as Broly. No one objected. AIXI said slowly, if the bloodline is impure, it will be like this. There is also a gap between Chuanchao and Chuanchao. Feeling the surging energy of the other party, Son Goku smiled and said, you are very strong. But Son Goku looked calm and composed. He had an inexplicable feeling of invincibility, and he didn't know where it came from. Son Goku scratched his head, is this how AIXI felt when facing himself? He finally understood why AIXI didn't want to fight with him. So that's why. Let me ask you, does he want to fight Kair now? Obviously, he didn't want to either. Son Goku cast his eyes towards the opposing ring, switching back and forth between Hit and King Sarada. Let's make this a quick fight. Son Goku looked at Kair and spoke slowly. Kair still had a trace of rationality at this moment. She took in the other person's expression and for no reason, a surge of anger rushed straight to her head. A hole. Go to hell. Kair's sanity was instantly eroded by rage, and he roared and flew out, smashing towards Son Goku. He is tall, with muscular body, and his fists seem to contain unrivaled power. This punch is coming towards Son Goku's face. The power is so great that it cannot be underestimated. If an ordinary person were hit by this, he would probably be completely crippled. Son Goku's expression remained unchanged, and his figure suddenly flashed away automatically. Like a ghost, he dodged the attack. And the next moment, he suddenly swung a punch and hit Kair in the stomach. Bang! The heavy crash was deafening, and Yor flew backwards uncontrollably. It was about to fly out of the ring before it stopped. Original place. Son Goku looked confused. What did he just Do? The body subconsciously dodged. What is this? Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. AIXI glanced at Son Goku. Unexpectedly. Ultra Instinct has a prototype. Whis also narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Vegeta's brows were furrowed, here it comes again. He had already seen it once in the Spirit Time House. I didn't expect to see it again now. Beerus shook his head, it's probably a coincidence. He couldn't believe that Son Goku could learn Ultra Instinct in such a short time. That's so subversive. Ha ha! Son Goku! A roar broke through the sky, and the green aura around Kair became more and more majestic and terrifying. Kale stomped on the ground so hard that the ring cracked into pieces in an instant, and Kale himself was already roaring and rushing towards Son Goku. Son Goku looked suspicious. Not daring to delay, he clenched his fists suddenly. Ha ha ha! Only a roar came from his mouth. In an instant, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with jets of golden flames emanating from his body, and his hair and eyebrows turned golden and stood up. There are crackling lightning all around. Son Goku did not retreat but instead rushed towards the opponent. Bang! There was a loud thunderclap from the ring, and the two men's fists suddenly collided. Kair took a few steps back, and Son Goku chased him, delivering a series of combo punches that made Kair scream, and finally kicked him high into the air. Son Goku then put his hands on his waist and growled, Kamehameha! Boom! Instantly, a dazzling blue energy burst out from his hand and slammed into Kair. After a huge roar, Kair slowly fell from the sky, lying on the ground unconscious. Another one in seconds. Everyone present was shocked. Kampa's face was gloomy. He looked at Son Goku from head to toe. How come this guy is so strong? He originally thought that AIXI was the only person worth noting. Unexpectedly, anyone who came up here would completely defeat him. Kampa couldn't help but cast his eyes towards the opposite reserve seat. No way, one is stronger than the other, right? Kampa looked unhappy. If he was shut out, he would lose face. And at the same time, Beerus was also surprised, Goku is so strong now. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Vegeta was somewhat proud, as it turned out that hard-working Saiyans like him and Kakarot were also invaluable. Vegeta glanced at AIXI and Broly. Just wait, sooner or later, I will surpass you all. AIXI glanced at Vegeta and shook her head. This child. Next. Kampa's face was gloomy, and he sent down the third general. Gabe. Son Goku is patient and good-tempered, but it's a bit boring to see him bully noobs all the time. He wants to fight against the masters. As soon as he came on stage, he defeated the opponent in seconds. Gabe lay outside the ring, looking confused. How did he get here? Until Kampa's angry voice came, everyone is a waste. Kampa looked unhappy. Got killed again. Ha 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 ha. Fat pig, despair, you have no hope at all. How harsh is Beerus's laughter. Kampa looked unhappy and glared at Beerus fiercely, don't be so proud too soon. After saying that, he slowly looked towards Hit and King Sarada. Kampa said in a deep voice, who will go first, you two. Hit slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, go ahead. Hit had been resting with his eyes closed the moment he stepped onto this planet. He still had a perfect plan in his mind. Defeat the opponent's universe, win the victory, and get the shuttle block. But from the moment the other side's personnel arrived, Hit knew that there would be a fierce battle today. Now it seems, it is true. Kampa said solemnly, Hit, take down Son Goku, the teleporting cube is yours. Hit's eyes moved slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, I'll do my best. After saying, Hit jumped down. Call out. Son Goku's expression improved, he looked at Hit and said slowly, I finally waited for you. Hit said calmly, I don't like fighting with you. He only knows how to kill people. Hit looked at the referee and asked, can we start? The referee swallowed his saliva, quickly picked up the microphone and shouted, the game begins. After saying, the referee immediately hid. This player gives him a very scary feeling. And as the referee's voice fell, Hit has already attacked. His fist suddenly swung out. Bang! There was only a dull crashing sound like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. Ox! Son Goku's pupil shrank, his chest caved in, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Before he stopped, Son Goku's entire body was hit by countless punches in an instant. Zero boom boom boom. What? Vegeta's pupils shrank and he stood up. What is happening? Everyone looked confused. How did the situation become so one-sided from the beginning? Kampa's face lit up with joy, and he said excitedly, come on hit, take down Son Goku in one go. However, just as he finished speaking, an angry shout was heard. Ha 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 ha. Son Goku clenched his fists, his aura surged, and a strong golden aura rose from his feet. The majestic energy swept across the battlefield. The golden light faded away, and Son Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His body was covered with a layer of red, and his hair was long and messy, falling down his back. The aura was domineering and powerful. In just a moment, Hit's attack was blocked. This is... Hit's pupil shrank, and he looked at the 4 Han people in front of him in shock. Son Goku took a deep breath and smiled, Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Hit was shocked and stared at Son Goku. Such a strong energy. Looking at Son Goku, Ankai's expression became more solemn. Try it out. Thinking of this, he suddenly threw a punch and hit Son Goku directly, bang. Here. Son Goku yelled and slammed into the second one. The fists of the two suddenly collided. Fist points. Hit retreated again and again. This moment, Hit had to admit that this harm was indeed horrible. At the same time, Kampa exclaimed, Tisk, it's Super Saiyan 4. I didn't expect he could do it. He has seen Super 4. This form has different intensities in different people. In AIXI's case, it can only be described as horrifying. In Rik's case, he can only be described as a monster. In Son Goku's case, he is also a rare kind of strength. All in all, Kampa really hates this form, he gets upset when he sees Super Saiyan 4. Aside. Queen Sarada slowly opened her eyes and looked at Son Goku intently. Super 4? King Sarah smiled and said nothing. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Please give me money. Chapter 81. Hit looked serious, Son Goku, I have to admit that you are very strong. Son Goku smiled and said, you're not bad either. Son Goku was a little confused, what did you just do to be able to throw so many punches in an instant? Hit said calmly, we are rivals. Are you asking about my ability? Son Goku chuckled twice. Really? He was a bit presumptuous. But the next moment, Hit looked at Son Goku and said slowly, Flash Time Kung Fu. Son Goku was stunned, Flash Time Kung Fu. A move I've never heard of before. Hit nodded, yes. Son Goku looked puzzled, but he guessed a little based on the name. Flash Time? As the name suggests, it must be related to time. Hit raised his hands and got ready for battle, Son Goku, come on, let me see how powerful your Super Saiyan 4 is. Son Goku smiled and immediately got into a fighting stance. The next breath. Bang! A thunder roared from the ring, and in an instant the entire ring cracked into pieces, and a powerful shock wave spread out in all directions. The two of them 970 suddenly collided with their fists. Hit looked solemn as he continued to launch the flash. Bang! 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 Hit found the right angle for each of his punches, and punched Son Goku from all directions, each punch aimed at the vital points. But unfortunately, each punch was detected and broken by the opponent. Now that things have come to this, Hit's expression became serious. He clenched his hands, and a deep roar came out of his throat. Ha! Above. I have been watching Vegeta and the others and have noticed something. But it is not clear what kind of ability this is. Vegeta frowned, the attacks have a pattern, and can react, but what is the principle? Broly didn't understand, but he said slowly, you can brute force it. Vegeta nodded, it is indeed possible, but how does it work? Whis narrowed his eyes, stared at Hit for a moment, and said slowly, it seems to be related to the jump time. Everyone looked over. Whis said, but I'm not sure. Let's continue to observe. Everyone nodded. Vegeta looked at AIXI and asked, AIXI, did you see anything? Vegeta knew that AIXI's mastery of time was unmatched. Time stop. Who can do it? AIXI thought for a moment and said, it is indeed the same as Whis said. He created a fragment similar to a parallel time and space by jumping time and storing time, leaving an afterimage in reality, and he himself achieved the effect of the attack. AIXI glanced at Hit and said, as of now, his flash jump time is currently 0.1 seconds. Vegeta frowned, what a pervert. AIXI smiled and said, as long as we predicted in advance. Of course, we can also do as Broly said, brute force cracking. Vegeta nodded without commenting. Below. Hit took a deep breath and slowly looked at Son Goku, come on. Son Goku was a little confused. What was he yelling for? He thought the other party was going to explode and break through. In the end, the energy didn't improve much, so this is the end? But Son Goku didn't say much, just nodded and said, come on. As soon as the words fell. Bang! Son Goku looked slightly startled, and quickly stretched out his palm to block the opponent's attack. Son Goku looked at Hit with a serious expression, it's getting faster again. Hit's expression was obviously a little serious, you guy. Unexpectedly, even though he increased the flash time to 0.2 seconds, he still couldn't do anything to this guy. Son Goku looked at Hit and smiled, can you continue to get faster? I want to see your limit. Hit's face was as gloomy as water, without a trace of ripples. This was the first time he had seen such a crazy person. Hit said slowly, my job is killing, not fighting, do you understand, kill. Rather than fighting. Son Goku was stunned, then thought for a while and said in surprise, you mean you still have strength that you can't use? Hit nodded. Son Goku saw this, thought for a moment, looked at the preparation seat, looked at Beerus and smiled, Lord Beerus, change the rule that you can't kill people. Beerus was stunned, looking shocked, Goku, are you crazy? Son Goku looked at Hit and smiled, I want to see him at his full strength. Hit narrowed his eyes and looked at Son Goku steadily. This is really arrogant. Beerus, who was on the standby seat, looked grim. After thinking for a while, he said, okay, but you'd better not die. Son Goku laughed and said, no. After saying that, he looked at Hit again, now, you can use the means of killing. At this point, Hit didn't say much. Since the other party came to him and asked for death, he would grant his wish. Call out. Bang. 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 The next breath. Flash time. 0.3 seconds. 0.4, Hit's speed was amazing. In just the blink of an eye, he threw countless punches. Each punch contained incredible power and hit the vital points directly. Son Goku's expression froze and he clenched his fists suddenly. After blocking all the attacks, he slowly looked towards Hittite Boom. Immediately, he stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and his body shot out, and rushed straight towards Hit's figure. When Hit saw the attacking Son Goku, a smile appeared on his face. It's over. Son Goku raised the corner of his mouth, turned around suddenly, and punched out. Bang! Instantly, the two fists collided with each other, creating a thunderous explosion and an astonishing shock wave that spread out in all directions. Hit's face changed, what? Discovered? Son Goku grinned, I'm moving around, catching your breath, just like a cat catching a mouse. Easy and simple. Bang! After saying that, Son Goku swung out a punch. The punch, which was wrapped in golden flames and exuded a terrifying aura, hit Hit's stomach fiercely. There was only a dull crashing sound that was like thunder, resounding in all directions. This punch was fierce and powerful, with incredible force. Hit's eyes widened and he looked up in disbelief. How is that possible? But the piercing pain forced him to think seriously, how should he fight? Son Goku suddenly smiled, it's over, bang, bang, bang. Son Goku throws a barrage of punches, each one hitting the target, each one delivering a critical hit. Hit was beaten back step by step, and his aura dropped sharply. Heart-wrenching screams were heard, and Hit was unable to fight back and had no power to defend himself. Son Goku clasped his hands together, placed them on his waist, and shouted, Kamehameha Wave. Instantly, a blue light appeared and radiated in all directions, and a strong and majestic aura whizzed past in all directions like ripples. Ha! Son Goku suddenly blasted out, and the Kamehameha wave in his hand was wrapped in tremendous power and hit, boom. After a huge roar, Hit could no longer maintain his position and fell out of the ring. Snap! Hit falls out. Then, the winner is Son Goku from Universe 7. The referee took one look, picked up the microphone and immediately shouted. In an instant, there were excited voices from the whole audience. This excited and uproarious voice naturally came from the people on Earth. Everyone was very considerate and gave praise. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted, "Tisk. I thought this match was of high quality. But Ka 0.6 carat swept it all by himself." Broly couldn't help but nod. Really? He had thought that someone like Reg would appear. Now it seems that he won't be needed at all. Son Gohan groaned, "This. How to say it? He even trained intensely for a week, just to avoid offending his own master. In the end, I didn't even have to go on stage." Obviously. Several people looked disappointed. AIXI didn't say anything. It was normal for Son Goku to be able to sweep, after all, he had practiced hard for 5 years. But next, there was a high possibility that something would go wrong. AIXI slowly raised her eyes and looked across. The King of Sarada. Opposite. Kampa's face was gloomy, and there was no expression on his face. After taking a deep breath, he slowly looked at King Sarada. "It's up to you." King Sarada nodded, "Call out." The words fell. His figure flew out slowly and landed directly on the stage. King Sarada looked calm and looked at Son Goku. "Come on, PS, please give me flowers and votes." Chapter 82. Son Goku looked serious as he stared at King Sarada. "It's finally your turn." King Sarada didn't say anything, he just stood there, looking at Son Goku calmly. There was no trace of aura revealed, no trace of might sweeping over. But Son Goku inexplicably broke out in a sweat. He is nervous. Son Goku's expression was slightly tense. This man seemed to have an invisible Emperor engine device. The oppressive feeling it brought to him was too strong. Above. Everyone was watching this scene. At this moment, no changes can be seen. Beerus stared at King Sarada. "Whis. Is there anything different about this guy?" Whis narrowed his eyes, looked at King Sarada, then shook his head and said, "I can't tell." Whis said slowly, "Some powerful people often look harmless." Beerus nodded, "That does make sense." AIXI stared at King Sarada without saying anything. His current AMOC progress is 30%. How much will it increase to after taking down this Sarada king? AIXI looked calm. He didn't think the other party could be that strong. No matter how strong you are, you will never be as strong as yourself. On the stage, King Sarada said slowly, "You can strike first." Strike first. Son Goku's expression changed. So confident? Son Goku looked slightly serious, "Then I'm coming." At this time, it is faster to speak with hard power. Of. Son Goku took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and slowly withdrew from the Super Saiyan 4 form, and transformed into normal state. The next moment. Buzz. 17 ha. A series of loud shouts came out from his throat. A layer of sky blue flame suddenly rose at Son Goku's feet, and this layer of flame turned into a dazzling light that completely covered him. The rich and majestic aura of God spread in all directions. Son Goku's hair, eyebrows, and pupils suddenly turned sky blue. An extremely sacred and dazzling form slowly unfolds. Son Goku exhaled and looked at King Sarada. "Come on." King Sarada's eyes flickered and he smiled. "Do you know why the Scion from the 6th universe was able to drive out the Scion from the 7th universe?" Son Goku was stunned, then asked in confusion, "Why?" King Sarada said calmly, "Of course it's because Scion from the 6th universe has enough confidence." The words fell. Buzz. A layer of white steam suddenly rose at the feet of King Sarada, and then, the steam emitted a scorching air wave, slowly turning into a jet of flame, rising into the sky, forming a flame wall that completely covered others. The next breath. His hair and eyebrows turned silver white in an instant, and a strong divine aura lingered on his body. A burning silver-white light suddenly appeared in his pupils. "Call out." King Sarada's aura was restrained, and the majestic divine power was instantly absorbed into his body. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Beerus looked shocked and stood up suddenly, in disbelief, since, Ultra Instinct. Vegeta's face changed and he couldn't help but stare at King Salad. Ultra Instinct. Just look at Beerus's expression and you'll know, this form is not simple. AIXI narrowed her eyes slightly, this is not an ordinary Ultra Instinct. Perfect and comfortable. AIXI smiled. He finally understood why the Salad King was so confident. AIXI glanced at Kampa. No wonder this guy looked so smug, it turned out he had found someone who thought he was invincible. Have to say, King Sarada's normal combat power is indeed very high. This also explains why he is so confident. This is when he became Ultra Instinct, and his combat power just took a huge step forward. Step directly into the Gods of Destruction level. Whiss's expression also changed slightly. He stared at King Sarada and then at Beerus. Lord Beerus, it is indeed Ultra Instinct. But I am curious, how can he, a human being, master it? Beerus was stunned. Indeed. Why a human being can master it? Beerus suddenly looked up at Kampa. You taught me. Kampa could no longer suppress his excitement at this moment, with a smug smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, Beerus, don't be envious, I didn't teach him, and this is the first time I've discovered such a thing in our universe. Beerus' face was gloomy, and he looked at King Sarada. This guy's divine power is rare even among the Gods of Destruction. The implication is that it is not inferior to Gods of Destruction. This naturally came as a great shock to Vegeta and the others. Vegeta looked at Beerus and said in surprise, how is it possible? Beerus said in a deep voice, that's the truth. I don't know who this guy trained with. Everyone was silent. AIXI said calmly, is it possible, that it was left over from the previous Scion? Beerus wondered, left over from the last Scion. Beerus looked at AIXI, puzzled. AIXI looked at King Sarada and nodded, yes. According to the existing Scion history, Scion was originally a lineage that followed Amosi to fight. Later, for unknown reasons, internal strife broke out in Scion. A part of the peace faction drove out the fighting faction, and now there are two types of Scion from the 6th and 7th universes. It can be seen that the Scion in the 6th universe basically do not have any tails, while the Scion in the 7th universe all have tails. What is the reason for this? AIXI speculated that it was very likely that the earliest group of Scion leaders in the 6th universe had removed their tails themselves. They may think that the tail is the source of the murderous nature. If the tail is removed, they will not be as aggressive as the Scion in the 7th universe. But without the tail, where does their power come from? This brings us to my own template Amosi. As we all know, Amosi not only created the Scion root, but also opened the God power root. So, Scion from the 6th universe should be taking the root of divine power. But, AIXI looked at King Sarada with a puzzled look. Why is there no one on their planet who has cultivated divine power? Although Gabe's gadgets have high combat power in normal conditions, it's obvious that they can do nothing. Still very tasty. Aside. Whiss's expression changed. Based on what AIXI said, he thought of something. Below. Son Goku could not hide his shock, his eyes fixed on King Sarada with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. What are you doing? King Sarada smiled, Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Son Goku pondered over these words. King Sarada continued, yes, you can make your move now. Son Goku looked at King Sarada with a serious expression, and he was in a bit of a dilemma. This guy was obviously full of flaws, so why was he so scared? A bead of sweat appeared on Son Goku's face, and a fierce look flashed across his face. He got on. Boom. In an instant, Son Goku shot out at an unparalleled speed, causing the entire ground to crack. Extremely horrifying. Son Goku was surrounded by a majestic sky blue aura, with a strong and powerful aura. He clenched his fists and arrived in front of King Sarada in just a moment, and punched him hard. Call out. This punch was so powerful and violent that it distorted time and space. At the moment when Kuai-Yi hit King Sarada, a strange scene happened. King Sarada's body began to flicker, and he easily avoided the opponent's punch. What? Son Goku's expression changed, and before he could even react with shock, he felt a piercing pain in his chest, as if all his internal organs were shattered. King Sarada punches, I don't know when. Bark. A heart-wrenching scream was heard. Boom. The next moment, Son Goku flew backwards and landed heavily outside the ring. Ouch! Son Goku's hair returned to normal, and his breath dropped to freezing point in an instant. Seconds? Quiet. Everyone was immersed in shock and didn't come back to their senses. And at this time, a voice sounded. Next. King Sarada looked at Beerus with a calm expression. Beerus was brought back to reality, his face gloomy, his eyes fixed on King Sarada. 400 ha 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 ha, Beerus, you have come to this day too. I am dying of laughter. Despair, it's my time next. Kampa's mocking voice rang out. Beerus's face twisted and he glared at Kampa fiercely. Fat pig, don't be so arrogant. Beerus looked away and looked at Vegeta and the others, who's going to go up? Vegeta gritted his teeth, I'll do it. He doesn't believe it, so why is it so magical? Beerus glanced at Vegeta and said nothing more. He wanted to let AIXI go right ahead. But if Vegeta wants to fight, let him try. AIXI glanced at Vegeta and said nothing. This guy is really brave. Son Goku was killed in 1 second, but he still dared to go up. Vegeta clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, look, I'm going to break his Ultra Instinct. Call out. Vegeta jumped down. Then, the next moment, Vegeta flew out and landed next to Son Goku, and the two were still together. Next. King Sarada looked at Beerus and said calmly. Beerus. At this time, Kampa's ridicule came again. Beerus glared at Kampa and said, Fat pig, believe it or not, I will rip your mouth off. Beerus looked at the few remaining people and said in a deep voice, who's going to go up? Son Gohan had a bead of sweat on his face and looked around. Given this situation, if nothing unexpected happened, it should be his turn, right? Son Gohan looked at AIXI and said in a deep voice, Master, I'm going. AIXI smiled and said, no need to go up and get beaten for nothing, I'll go. Son Gohan was stunned, looked at AIXI, and hesitated, but he also wanted to help his master find the opponent's flaws. AIXI looked at King Sarada and said calmly, in the end, I will still go first. Everyone. Broly's face changed, he hesitated for a moment and still didn't speak. What do you mean, in the end you still have to do it? Am I not a human being? Broly looked at King Sarada, the fight hasn't started yet. How can you guarantee that Broly will lose? P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 83. On the stage, there is no wind, and everything moves automatically. Neither AIXI nor King Sarada spoke, they just stared at each other. A long time. AIXI suddenly spoke, her expression calm, is your limit Ultra Instinct? Ultra Instinct? King Sarada's face changed slightly. What does this mean? AIXI smiled and said, if the limit is just Ultra Instinct, then your chances of winning are 0. When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Kampa frowned and stared at AIXI, what does this guy mean? The several awakened scions beside him also frowned after hearing what AIXI said. Caulifla looked at AIXI and said unhappily, what do you mean? Can he defeat King Salad? From the very beginning, she has become a loyal fan of King Sarada. Even the terrifying Son Goku was defeated by King Sarada with one punch. How strong? No need to say more. But how dare AIXI be so rampant? Gabe had a complicated expression, and he didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker. AIXI made a deep impression on him. Vados smiled softly, Master Kampa, what AIXI said might not be false. Kampa's face changed and he looked at Vados, what do you mean? Vados, didn't you see how powerful King Sarada was that day? Even I couldn't withstand a few of his moves. Vados smiled bitterly, holding his forehead, Master Kampa, you take yourself too seriously. Why don't you take a look at Beerus or AIXI, who can't beat you in seconds? Kampa's face turned pale and he asked angrily, which side are you from? Vados said seriously, of course it's on your side. Kampa finally breathed a sigh of relief, his expression slightly relaxed, he snorted coldly, and looked towards the ring, let's see. I don't think the probability of winning is love. Vados shook his head, Sarada King is indeed very strong, but that is compared with Kampa. Gods of Destruction is almost at the end. How about comparing it with Beerus? Then King Sarada is not good enough. So, the strength you see is just what you think. It may not be strong in the eyes of others. Master Kampa, you still have a lot to learn. Opposite. Beerus' face lit up and he laughed, ha ha ha, it's AIXI again. Now we are saved. Whis shook his head and smiled, Lord Beerus, don't be too happy too soon. Whis stares at the Salad King, Ultra Instinct, he is not to be underestimated. Everyone on the round cushions breathed a sigh of relief. Klin wiped the sweat from his head, took a long breath and said, hey. I was scared to death, I thought I was going to lose all the way. Piccolo also looked solemn, and said in a deep voice, sure enough, every universe has powerful beings, we can't underestimate others. Master Roshi nodded and agreed, that's true. Goku and Vegeta have learned a lesson this time. Aside. Shishi snorted, what do you mean, old man? My Goku clearly made a mistake. Everyone. What a mistake. Ignoring Shishi, Krillin looked at the ring and said in a deep voice, it depends on whether AIXI can turn the tide. Piccolo and the others ordered something. Indeed, now it all depends on AIXI. The only seed that is invincible in their hearts. King Sarada looked at AIXI and said solemnly, I don't think my chances of winning are zero. AIXI smiled, then give it a try. Give it a try. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone looked solemn, watching this scene very seriously. King Sarada also smiled, then give it a try. Why did he come out this time? Wasn't it because of the person in front of him? If you don't even dare to fight, what kind of king are you? Thinking of this, King Sarada stared at AIXI. You. AIXI looked calm, took a deep breath, and the energy surging in her body changed dramatically in an instant. At AIXI's feet, a layer of deep and strange, flickering purple light spread outward like ripples. The power of destruction. Call out. The next breath. A layer of purple jet flames shot up into the sky around AIXI, and strange and changeable purple lightning lingered in the flames, making a crackling sound. The purple aura exuded a strong and powerful destructive force, as if it wanted to put everything to death and wipe out everything. This aura was too terrifying. Everyone present was terrified. AIXI's arrogance was slightly restrained and slowly became smaller. At this moment, his hair had changed from black to purple, his eyebrows disappeared, and his pupils turned purple. It looks extremely strange and overbearing, as if it contains extremely terrifying destructive power. AIXI's transformation didn't cause much of a fuss, it just made the wind a little stronger, but it made everyone's expressions change drastically. Because, no one is unfamiliar with this drum energy. Destructive power. Kampa and Beerus sat up suddenly, in disbelief. Even Vados and Whis showed surprised expressions. There is no other reason. This form brings them a shock that is no less than Ultra Instinct. Across from him, King Sarada's expression changed drastically. His expression was no longer as calm as before, but gradually became solemn. He stared at Wen closely, the power of destruction. This is also the first time AIXI has transformed into this form. How should I put it, at this moment, he feels like he can destroy everything. AIXI's expression changed slightly. He finally understood. Knowing how to use destructive power, and fully mastering it are two completely different things. There is a world of difference between the two. AIXI clenched his fists. At this moment, he had an inexhaustible destructive force. Beerus took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, looked at the opposite side with a serious expression, and said in a serious tone, you taught me. Kampa stared at the bottom in amazement. After hearing Beerus' question, he quickly turned back to look at Vados. Vados, tell me. Vados stared at AIXI and shook his head, Master Kampa, I have never taught AIXI the power of destruction. She did ask AIXI if she wanted to be a goddess of destruction, but the other party vaguely changed the subject. She never mentioned it. Unexpectedly, AIXI has already mastered it. Moreover, it is not just an ordinary destructive force. Just looking at the concentration, it is enough to prove that AIXI's destructive force is among the top gods of destruction. There is also a difference in destructive power. After getting the reply, Beerus's face darkened. He slowly looked towards AIXI and said in a deep voice, Whis, this may have surpassed me directly. Whis stroked his chin and said in a complicated tone, Lord Beerus, although it is painful, this is the fact. Aside. Son Goku and the others, who heard these words, also had a changed look on their faces. Beyond Beerus. This was something they didn't even dare to think about, but they didn't expect AIXI to do it. Broly stared at AIXI, and at this moment he finally understood, the gap between him and AIXI. Vegeta was silent. He didn't expect to see such a scene when he just woke up. To be honest, if this was the case, he would rather remain unconscious. This is so hurtful. Son Goku's face was heavy, his eyes were fixed on the ground below, not daring to blink. Afraid of missing something? King Sarada stared at AIXI with a solemn expression. After a long while, he slowly said, "You shocked me." He wanted to continue speaking but was suddenly interrupted by AIXI. "Go ahead, I'll let you have one move." AIXI looked at King Sarada and said lightly. "King Sarada." King Sarada's expression changed and he said nothing. "No hands on." AIXI raised her eyebrows. "If you don't do it, I will." King Sarada stared at AIXI and said in a deep voice, "Go. Call out." As soon as the voice fell, only a shadow was left on the spot. The figure of King Sarada was already incomparable. In just a moment, he came to AIXI and suddenly punched thousands of times. The silvery white burning breath permeated the entire space. Bang! Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and a dull crashing sound like thunder rang out in the center of the ring. King Sarada suddenly retreated backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Vomit! Compa's face changed drastically. "It's over." Beerus stared at AIXI with a serious expression. "Did he throw a punch? I didn't even see it." Son Goku was shocked. Master Beerus didn't see it clearly either. Beerus. Vegeta was relieved. Since he didn't see it clearly, didn't it prove that Vegeta was fine? Beerus' face turned pale, he snorted coldly and said nothing. Whis smiled and said, "It's normal that you can't see clearly. It's because you, Master Beerus, are ignorant and only know how to eat, drink and sleep every day." Beerus' face turned red and he glared at Whis. "I don't want you to talk too much." Original place. AIXI felt the destructive power surging wildly in her body, and couldn't help but feel excited. This feeling of invincibility. Outside the ring, King Sarada struggled to support himself on the ground and slowly climbed up, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. King Sarada slowly raised his head and looked towards AIXI, his expression solemn. That punch just now directly shattered his internal organs. If it weren't for his strong vitality, he would have been lying on the ground without making a sound. King Sarada flew towards the ring and slowly landed on it. No one mentioned that he had lost, because everyone present had already tacitly accepted this rule. The referee has long since disappeared. AIXI looked at King Sarada and smiled, again. King Sarada looked unhappy. He finally realized what he had summoned. "I should have known better than to pretend." At this point, King Sarada couldn't help but ask about his own purpose. "P.S. Please give me money and votes." Chapter 84. King Sarada looked at AIXI and said slowly, "Can I ask you a question first, and then fight after that?" AIXI raised an eyebrow. "You ask." King Sarada said in a deep voice, "Are you also a descendant of the Scion main line?" AIXI. "What the hell? Descendants of the main line? Is there such a thing?" King Sarada saw that AIXI did not answer, and said to himself, "I felt your breath on the planet Sarada that day. I am sure that you are the descendant of the main vein." AIXI didn't say anything. "The aura you had when you were King Sarada? Isn't that Amos's ancient bloodline? What does this have to do with?" King Sarada said in a deep voice, "The source of our strength as Scions in the 6th universe, has always been the inheritance of our bloodline. Our bloodline allows us to cultivate the power of God and the realm of God easily and without hindrance." AIXI nodded. "Then what?" King Sarada looked up and stared at AIXI, "So I want to ask you, are you a descendant of your previous Scion leader?" AIXI said decisively, "No. I rely on the system cheats, so where does the bloodline legacy come from?" King Sarada's expression changed. "Didn't he? How is that possible? Scion is divided into two groups, one is their side, the other is AIXI's side. 073 He received the inheritance from Sarada III, and cultivating divine power is like drinking water. So he thought that AIXI was so strong because he might have inherited the blood of the previous incarnation." These words. Everyone was confused and bewildered. "I have absolutely no idea what they are talking about." Only Vegeta's expression changed drastically. He understood. King Sarada said in a deep voice, "It shouldn't be." AIXI was impatient. "Do you want to fight?" He finally understood what King Salad meant. "Aren't you just looking for someone who can pass on the bloodline steadily? He obviously isn't. As for planet Vegeta, only Reg meets the criteria." King Sarada's expression changed. He looked at AIXI and said in a deep voice, "Come on." AIXI smiled and said, "That's right. Compared to something that is just for show, the progress increase is refreshing. AIXI looked at King Sarada, come on, I'll give you another chance to strike first. Give it another chance. Taunting? King Sarada said in a deep voice, then you must catch it. The words fell. DF. King Sarada took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly clasped his hands together. In an instant, a silver light appeared. An extremely powerful energy gathered together, and the shocking energy spread wildly in all directions. A terrifying gale swept in, the ground shook violently. Whis held the scepter in his hand and lightly touched the ground. Dong dong. Only two clear and ethereal knocking sounds were heard, an array of light suddenly appeared, and an energy barrier protected everyone. Vados pursed his lips, thought for a moment and said, let's reinforce this planet, boom boom. An invisible energy turned into light and poured into the core of the planet. In an instant, the planet that was originally shaking violently suddenly became less violent. King Sarada screamed, hey ay 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 ah. Sarada burst light wave, boom. The thick silver-white giant pillar suddenly blasted out and crashed into AIXI. The aura was extremely terrifying and contained endless energy. AIXI's mouth twitched slightly, salad exploded with light waves? What's the name of the brain extract? Soil. The energy wave gradually approached, time and space were distorted, and it rushed towards AIXI like a torrent of wind and rain, as if to annihilate him. AIXI raised her hand, destroy. 1 SEC. In an instant, a deep purple aura slowly condensed and came out, carrying with it a tremendous aura of destruction. Time and space were faintly annihilated, and it blasted out violently. The next breath. Two energies collide. There was almost no hindrance, and the destructive force completely devoured the opponent's ultimate move. It turned into a little bit of starlight, faded away, and disappeared. And the destructive force did not decrease in the slightest, and continued to rush towards King Sarada. King Sarada's expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? Directly annihilated? Outrageous! At this point, he wanted to run, but his feet seemed to be filled with lead, making him unable to move. 014806317 follow 11205154 hateful. What's going on now? A breath of death is blowing in my face. King Sarada turned pale. He really got into trouble with a plague god today. Why are you still playing to your death? Aside. Kampa and Beerus' expressions changed slightly. What's the meaning? Want to kill someone? Son Goku and the others were also stunned. They couldn't help but look at AIXI. AIXI shouldn't be in danger of death, right? Just when Beerus and Kampa were about to ask Angel to stop it, a dazzling light suddenly appeared from below. Then, the destructive force slowly disappeared. AIXI smiled. He certainly didn't intend to kill the other party. He just wanted to make the other party feel timid and no longer want to fight. Then his reward came. Ding, the host defeated King Sarada, and Moji's expenses increased by 10%. A ethereal mechanical voice was heard. AIXI frowned, system, how much have you taken? This is normal, host, because you crushed King Sarada. The system responds. So what happened to me hitting Kampa? AIXI is dissatisfied. The system stopped talking. AIXI's mouth twitched slightly. He reasonably suspected that the system was just greedy. But one thing has to be admitted, indeed, he did crush King Sarada. So next time, will we use Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4? This way, the fight may be fought back and forth, and the system judgment will be more reasonable. Host, please don't get stuck with the bug. Asterisk. Wait until the smoke clears. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's over. It's really scary. King Sarada breathed a sigh of relief, but his legs went limp and he fell backwards. He was really terrified. I almost reported to the King of Hell just now. He just wanted to find the descendants of the main lineage, but he never thought of committing suicide. Losing a life while playing a game is really not worth it. King Sarada looked up at AIXI with an extremely solemn expression and a hint of fear. Preparation seat. Beerus couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, he almost thought someone was going to die. Thinking of what just happened, Beerus's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. AIXI's destructive power just now was really terrifying. Even he might not be able to take it. Opposite. Of. Kampa's face trembled, a drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but look at AIXI, it's really scary. He couldn't help but think of the battle in the Gods of Destruction world. AIXI was still conservative. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 85. AIXI shook her head, opened the personal attribute template. The next breath, a rectangular blue border appeared, and his various values were revealed again. AIXI looked over. Host, AIXI. Fighting power, 800 Jo. Bloodline, ancient bloodline. Skills, flying technique, self-ultimate, Kaioken, final Kamehameha wave, soul punisher, divine punishment, Ammo C fist, ultra link flash, main template, Ammo C, unlocked progress 40%, subtemplate, chrono, unlocked, remaining draws, 4 times alternative template, Supreme Kai Xin, Jebit, unknown. AIXI was stunned for a moment, and roughly glanced over her current attributes. In addition to the increase in combat power. Obviously there is no major change this time. Then, it should be the form. AIXI slowly closed his eyes and felt it. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes with a hint of joy on his face. Super Saiyan 5. He clearly felt that he had mastered the legendary Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5, with white fur, is full of holiness and wildness, and carries unparalleled deterrence. Just by looking at it, you can feel the power of this form. Super Saiyan 5 is different from Super Saiyan 4. Compared with Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4 has not undergone much transformation. It hasn't reached the point of crossing dimensions yet. But Super 5 is different. Compared with the previous level, Super 5, Super 4, there is a world of difference. The gap between the two, is like one in heaven and one on earth, they are not in the same dimension. Looking at Rig's Super 5, he has wanted to transform into this form more than once, and now it's finally here. AIXI couldn't help but look a little excited. After the battle came to an end, the referee who had been hiding all this time suddenly appeared. He carefully walked out from behind the stone pillar, picked up the microphone in his hand, and shouted with a flushed face, AIXI won the victory. So the winner of this friendly match is the 7th universe. These words brought everyone who were immersed in shock back to reality. Over at the 7th universe, expressions of joy suddenly came to people's minds, and words of praise continued one after another. On the other hand, let's look at the 6th universe. Quiet. Quiet. No one dared to breathe deeply. Caulifla was in disbelief. King Sarada, lost so easily. Lost. She thought it was fake for a while. Gabe didn't know how many times he had been shocked today, his face was numb, he didn't know what to say. There were constant twists and turns, his little heart couldn't keep up. Hit was silent. He also didn't expect that, Son Goku, who could defeat him, was killed by King Sarada in seconds, then King Sarada, who could kill Son Goku in seconds, was killed by AIXI in seconds. Hit looked at AIXI with a complicated expression. I thought AIXI would fight Sarada King to a draw or lose. I didn't expect him to defeat Sarada King in one move. What is the concept? Hit couldn't help but look at Kampa again. Where is the Gods of Destruction level? Why did they fail so easily? D***. A long time. Hit sighed deeply. What else can he say now? If you lose, you lose. As for the shuttle cube, maybe you can get it if you try hard in your lifetime? Aside. Veto's expression seemed calm, which was obviously expected. She looked at Kampa and smiled, Master Kampa, you can't bear it, right? Kampa's face struggled and twisted. After a while, he gradually calmed down and turned his eyes to AIXI, forget it. I don't need to think too much after losing to him. He felt relieved instead. Doesn't this just prove that his vision was right? He immediately took a fancy to AIXI. The other side. Beerus and his companions were immersed in excitement and joy, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. On the arena, among the bumpy stone bricks, there was only one spot that remained intact. AIXI stood there, expression unchanged, eyes slightly narrowed, calculating the time. Zeno should be here soon, right? How should we deal with it after it comes? Keep silent and let Son Goku do his thing, or just say hello in a friendly way. According to the original story, Zeno came to watch the match between Beerus and Kampa because he thought it was very interesting. Why is it interesting? Of course this kind of battle is interesting. He thought it was fun. Want to come and see? However, AIXI still made plans for the worst. He had already set the latitude travel location to a world that was countless latitudes away from here. If anything went wrong, he would run away immediately. Just when AIXI was lost in thought, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky. The next moment, on the martial arts arena, several figures suddenly appeared. AIXI looked over quickly. Right in front of me, I saw the following scene: two tall people were protecting a short and slender person, and in front of them stood a man with a dignified look. Zeno and his two guards, and the Grand Priest. Here we come. With the appearance of several people, the atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. An invisible sacred aura slowly spread out, as if it was filled with the supreme power of several people. Above, Beerus and Kampa also noticed this scene. Their pupils widened, their eyes filled with fear, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Beerus' voice: Zeno, Zeno is an adult. Get down, Whis. Beerus shouted, and then at the fastest speed in his life, he rushed to the front of Zeno and others and quickly slid down to his knees. The other side. Kampa's expression also changed suddenly. His expression was filled with solemnity and his fat face couldn't help but tremble a few times. All, Zeno adults. Kampa-sama, are you just going to watch? Vados looked at Kampa and smiled softly. Of course not. It's so high. Come down quickly. Kampa also found himself looking down at Master Zeno from a high place. For no reason, a chill rose up in his heart, causing him to shiver all over. Afterwards, he immediately used the fastest speed in his life, slid to his knees. Vados quickly followed. Similarly, almost everyone present saw this scene. Everyone saw that the usually arrogant gods of destruction quickly slid to his knees because of the sudden figure on the ring, and they couldn't help but guess something. This doesn't look like someone you can easily mess with. Thinking of this, everyone quickly came down from their high places. Apart from anything else, they couldn't help looking down on others, right? Son Goku and the others also reacted and quickly followed. Hello, Master Zeno. Kampa and Beerus spoke in unison, with a 100% tacit understanding. Zeno's two little hands slowly left the hands of the two guards and dropped naturally. When he heard the two people's voices, he responded in a baby voice, yet. My eyes couldn't help but glance at everyone. Whis and Vados also bowed and greeted him. Zeno a babyish response. This made Kampa and Beerus breathe a sigh of relief. Beerus lay on the ground with his head down, not daring to look at Zeno, and could only lower his voice to the lowest level. Master Zeno, I wonder what the purpose of your visit this time is. Zeno looked at Beerus, his eyes unchanged. I came to see if you guys are doing your job well. Work well. Beerus and Kampa's faces suddenly changed, and beads of sweat broke out. It's over, it's all over now. Work hard. Can these 4 words have anything to do with them? At this time, Vados and Whis acted as if they had caught an opportunity and attacked crazily. Asterisk. 2 people. Zeno tilted his head. How about another gods of destruction? Another gods of destruction. Beerus and Kampa were already feeling a bit breathless, and they stopped. I'm kidding. Zeno smiled and continued, the reason I came here this time, is because I think your competition is so interesting. I want to host one too. Beerus looked over in confusion, you want to, too? Zeno nodded, yes, that's what I wanted to say. You. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't find fault. Beerus looked thoughtful. How should he deal with this? At this time, a voice was heard, and then a figure tried to walk forward. Do you think it's interesting? Really? I think so too. How about starting a universe competition? Son Goku smiled and walked forward. Zeno looked at Son Goku and suddenly realized, you are the one just now. Then, Zeno began to think about these words. Should he do it? A long time. Zeno thought for a moment and said, you make sense. This kind of competition must be very interesting. Son Goku wanted to say something, but Beerus rushed over and pushed him down, stop talking nonsense. Son Goku, Zeno looked at everyone and said nothing. The atmosphere quieted down again. Grand Priest looked at Zeno with a puzzled look on his face. Master Zeno, is there anything else you can do for me? Zeno suddenly looked in one direction. OXI. AIXI's expression remained unchanged. The Grand Priest also slowly turned his gaze towards AIXI, and the moment he saw AIXI, his eyes narrowed slightly. Grand Priest looked at Zeno and spoke slowly, "So, what do you mean?" Zeno looked at AIXI and said with a smile, "You just performed very well." AIXI's expression softened slightly, "Thank you." Zeno thought for a moment and said, "You are so strong. If possible, would you like to be the gods of destruction?" Gods of destruction. Everyone looked shocked. What's the meaning? Especially Beerus, his heart seemed to be grasped by someone, his eyes were fixed on AIXI, even breathing was difficult. Want to change to another gods of destruction? No. Beerus. AIXI was puzzled, is this still possible? Isn't it full? Zeno thought about it and nodded, that's true, then, how about we place another one? One downloaded. Now, not only Beerus was worried, Kampa also started to worry. Both of them looked at AIXI closely, afraid that the other would say something different. AIXI groaned, isn't this a bad idea? Zeno shook his head, no. Some of them are relying on their positions to not work, they really should leave. Beerus Kampa. AIXI thought about it and shook her head, I may not be able to be the gods of destruction now. Zeno looked a little regretful, is that so? Zeno continued, if you want to be, you can come to me anytime, I'm in Zeno Palace. AIXI nodded and smiled, I understand. Zeno nodded, then gently touched the guard's hand and continued, as for the competition. I'll let Grand Priest be in charge, and you all have to participate. Everyone must participate. Beerus and Kampa nodded quickly, yes. Grand Priest looked at everyone with a dignified expression, well, everyone, goodbye. Buzz. Before leaving, Grand Priest looked in one direction. Afterwards, they transformed into a dazzling rainbow of light and disappeared into the universe in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. P.S. I caught a cold and feel dizzy. I will post 2 chapters later. Chapter 86. Original place. Everyone came to their senses and breathed a sigh of relief. Today is such a dreamy day. AIXI was silent. He had just seen the scrutinizing look on Grand Priest's face. Can't tell whether it's hostile or not. But, whatever it is. AIXI knew that she should speed up her progress. Aside. Son Goku was finally released by Beerus, panting heavily and said dissatisfiedly, Master Beerus, what are you doing? I am suffocating. Beerus looked unhappy and snorted coldly, it's good that I didn't beat you to death. Do you know who that is? How dare you talk to me casually? Son Goku was puzzled, who is it? Everyone couldn't help but look over. Beerus said in a deep voice, Zeno, an existence that is above all people and gods in the world. He has supreme power. And 930 has the ability to erase everything. Let. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. So scary? At this moment, a tall and graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of AIXI. I lead. AIXI looked up. Vados frowned, puzzled, AIXI, why don't you agree with Master Zeno's opinion? AIXI smiled and said, not yet. Vados sighed softly, oh, I really don't understand you. Vados looked at AIXI and continued, however, if you want to continue to move forward, you can go to Zeno's palace to get a job when you have time. Master Zeno is not lying at first glance. AIXI nodded, I understand. Vados felt that he was worried about AIXI, but the other party didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Gods of destruction. This is a position that many people want but cannot get. Aren't you rare? Vados was silent. I don't know what to say. AIXI smiled, gently touched her head, and said slowly, don't worry, I have my own plan. Leading. Vados blushed. AIXI also reacted immediately and quickly withdrew her hand, looking a little embarrassed, sorry. I often touch my wife, and it has become a habit. Vados said nothing, glanced at AIXI, and slowly flew away. X. The game has come to an end. There is no need for everyone to stay any longer. Kampa snorted coldly and looked at Beerus, humph, you got it for free. I only found 5 Super Dragon Balls. You can find the rest by yourself. After saying that, Kampa snorted coldly, Vados, give it to him. No action. Kampa looked at Vados beside him in confusion, hey? Vados' cheeks were slightly red, as if she was thinking about something and did not hear what Kampa said. Kampa. Feeling a reproachful gaze fixed upon him, Vados turned around and quickly waved his scepter. Okay, buzz. A dazzling light shone in all directions. 5 extremely huge super dragon balls suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all looked at this scene in shock. So big. Kampa looked at the people around him and said coldly, "Come with me. Master Zeno is going to hold a competition, we must not lose this time, all of you come with me to practice." King Sarada glanced at Aixi and remained silent. Then, Kampa and his group left in a hurry without staying for a moment. In the starry sky, Beerus looked at the 5 super dragon balls in front of him and felt a little confused for a moment. What to do? Beerus looked at Whis, he only gave 5, what about the rest? Whis smiled and said, "Of course I went to look for it." Beerus sighed, "Oh, I really don't want to work in vain. Finding Super Dragon Ball is time-consuming and laborious." Bulma stepped forward, thought for a moment and said, "If it's the same as the core of Earth's Dragon Ball, then I should be able to make a Super Dragon Ball radar." Super Dragon Ball radar? Beerus was shocked. "Is it true?" Bulma nodded. "Really, but it will take a few days." Beerus nodded, "Okay, then let Whis keep it for now. Return to Earth." Time flies by in the blink of an eye. A week has passed since the competition. This day, Aixi practiced as usual. "I don't know when the Grand Priest will come. Shouldn't he use this time to practice well? Because of yourself, some changes may occur." Aixi speculates. "If some strong person appears, it will be hard to say." And during this period, Son Goku and Vegeta and his group, Xi has been training with Beerus this day. Earth. A group of uninvited guests arrived. Universe spaceship. Hundreds of universe spaceships are parked on the Earth, giving people an endless sense of oppression. The one who came was Frisia. Frisia's arrival immediately aroused the attention of all the warriors on Earth. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed to where Frisia was. North Capital. The Frisia Corps' mothership slowly docked at a hilltop, then the hatch slowly opened, and several figures gradually emerged. Frisia, King Cold, Cooler, and a very strange person. Salbai slid to his knees on the ground, not daring to breathe. The King Frisia in front of him had undergone a drastic change. Thorbay said in a trembling voice, "King Frisia, we have arrived on Earth." Frisia put his hands behind his back, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, "Very good." Frisia's aura is restrained, but judging from his aura, the oppressive feeling he brings to people is extremely terrifying. "Brother, do we need to destroy a continent first to anger them?" Cooler looked at Frisia and smiled. At this moment, he still admired his brother very much. Not only did he revive himself and others, but he also took them into an unknown world to practice. 1 year inside, 1 day outside. 2.5 His strength has also undergone tremendous changes. Frisia shook his head and smiled faintly, "No, they will be back soon." King Cold said nothing. He was defeated. During this long time, during the time he was resurrected, almost no one in the Frisia Corps who survived listened to him. They all listened to Frisia. Naturally, he wanted to seize power. "But I didn't expect that Lisa was so fishy." He no longer has the slightest thought of seizing power. Aside. The figure who looked similar to them but had a completely different aura, never spoke. He is none other than Frisia's son, Kolisa. Kolisa looks 90% like Frisia, but his personality is completely different. P.S. Please give me some money. Chapter 87. Kolisa looked at his father Frisia and said, "Dad, they are here." Frisia smiled, "Yet." Frisia turned to look at his son, and he was very satisfied. He tried it some time ago and put his son into a world where the flow of time was different from that of the outside world. The result is obvious. Unblocked. Frozen for 50 years. The talent is truly rare, even Frisia was shocked by it. But, the only downside is this. Frisia looked towards Kolisa's head, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Why is his head so pointy? Although she looks very similar to him and has incredible talent, the only flaw is, her head is pointy. Kolisa's personality is different from his, and he seems too gentle in comparison. Frisia thinks this is not okay. How can a mild-mannered son of Frisia inherit his mantle and rule the entire universe? Therefore, Frisia whipped Kolisa a little bit, at least to make him become ruthless. Hate Sion. Now it's obvious, he's still very satisfied. Kulisa looked in a certain direction. He looked a little confused, then turned to look at his father and asked doubtfully, Dad, are you sure they are strong? Frisia glanced in the direction of Kulisa, and after feeling the source of the energy, Frisia finally understood why his son asked that. The reason is simple, these chi are too weak. If he remembered correctly, they were Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan, and others. Frisia smiled but said nothing, but there was a hint of anger hidden under his gentle face. Haha, don't be impatient, these are just minions, the main course hasn't been served yet, main course. Naturally, it's Son Goku and Vegeta. However, Frisia heard that, the scion named AIXI seemed to be, also here. Frisia smiled and said arrogantly, come on, let me see how many of you scions are strong enough to fight. As he spoke, a deep and terrifying aura emanated from Frisia's body. Aside. King Cold shuddered all over and looked at Frisia with fear. This filial son had never been soft on his father. It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. Cooler looked at his brother solemnly. To be honest, if possible, he wanted to recognize Frisia as a painting. Frisia's talent and endurance are truly terrifying. For more than 10 years, he couldn't stand the oppression of that mysterious space. Although he could practice, become stronger, and temper himself in it. But to be honest, no one could stay in it forever. A person who has no contact with the outside world and is always immersed in cultivation, isn't this a kind of madness? However, Frisia never complained. Over the years, Frisia has been training in it and has never come out. You can see how terrifying it is. This is enough to prove how much hatred Frisia has for Sion. Cooler couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Sion. He knew that his brother was so diligent and worked so hard because of these scions. He hated those wild monkeys, but he wouldn't fight them to such an extent. He stayed in the mysterious space for 2 years and then came out. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Sheila's face. Although it is less than Frisia's 10 years, but 2 years, is enough to make him strong to an unrivaled level. Cooler's face showed an arc, and he said sarcastically, Brother, to be honest, how can those wild monkeys be ranked second on the race list, aren't our ice tribe more powerful than them? Race second. King Cold was no longer sleepy when he mentioned this. He looked at Cooler and agreed, that's right, aren't Sion just something we enslaved? I didn't expect that the ancient books recorded that they ranked second. Frisia shook his head, a smile appeared on his face, and his tone was calm, don't get carried away. Although these wild monkeys have not performed well, they are recorded as the second, so they must have something extraordinary. Although we treat them as wild monkeys and garbage, we must never underestimate them. That AIXI is a typical example. Hearing this, Cooler and King Cold couldn't help but nod, indeed. Although those wild monkeys are stupid, their strength should not be underestimated. Kulisa was thoughtful. AIXI? This person's father mentioned more than once. Kulisa narrowed his eyes slightly, he wanted to see what this thing was. Whoosh! Not long after, a group of Z fighters slowly arrived and landed not far from Frisia and the others. Klin, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, Son Gohan, Majin Buu. This is all the fighting power that the earth can muster right now. Krillin saw the figure that frightened him the moment he saw it, Frisia. Krillin's face turned pale, as if his soul had been sucked out. Among so many powerful enemies, Lisa always ranked his shadow level third. The corners of Klin's mouth trembled, and he looked around, his expression becoming more and more nervous. He came wearing a security uniform, and he never expected that the person coming to Earth would be this kind of person. If I had known he would not have come. Everyone was also looking at the people around them. Then, everyone's expressions became gloomy. Where's AIXI? Where's Goku? Vegeta? Broly is also okay? As a result, none of them came. Klin looked serious, what should we do? We can't win alone. Piccolo sneered, and he looked at Frisia's back with cold sweat on his face, winning? Is that even possible? It's useless to rely on just a few of us. Everyone's expressions became nervous. Why isn't there an awesome teammate here? It seems there is a, Son Gohan. But it's not very reliable. Yamcha looked at Son Gohan and asked confusedly, where's AIXI, Gohan? At times like this, it has to be AIXI. Son Gohan scratched his head, I don't know, I didn't inform the master. No notification. Everyone's face darkened. Krillin slowly closed his eyes and said, destroy it. He has already thought about the ending that will happen soon. Piccolo lowered his head in thought, then slowly raised his head and said, such a big thing happened, he should not be unaware of it. Don't worry, we can just deal with it normally. Deal with it normally. Everyone thought about it and realized that AIXI might be watching the game. They just had to wait patiently. At the same time, an apartment in Zidu. Bang, bang, bang. A fierce battle is taking place here. The battle has lasted for 3 hours, but AIXI has not been able to take down the 3 people on the 18th floor. This shows how terrifying number 18 and others are. Number 18 bit her lip tightly, and number 617 stared at AIXI, come again. AIXI's expression condensed slightly. AA. The next moment, a layer of golden light appeared around him, and his hair and eyebrows turned platinum, extremely dazzling. Super Saiyan 1. Instantly, the expressions of number 18 and others changed suddenly. Why are you still using Super Saiyan? Not fair. Soon, with the sound of surrender, the battle gradually came to an end. AIXI let out a long sigh and glanced at the 3 people who were already unconscious. Shaked his head. As my strength increased, they were no longer my match. But come to think of it, an attack of this magnitude, probably only Angel can handle it. AIXI sat on the sofa and took a sip of ice water. My eyes couldn't help but look in a certain direction. He had discovered Frisia long ago, as soon as he entered the solar system. He just acquiesced to the other party's arrival. AIXI looked slightly dazed. Is Frisia so strong? That's right. It shouldn't be. Moreover, there is not only Frisia, but also King Cold, Cooler, and a very strange being who is no less powerful than any of them. AIXI laughed. It was interesting. It just so happens that his Super Saiyan 5 has no way to start. Swish. Instant transmission. AIXI disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at a mountain not far away from the 2 groups of people and watched the scene quietly. No one noticed anything unusual. P.S. Please give me money and votes, there will be another chapter later. Chapter 88. AIXI's aura was restrained, and she could control it freely, transforming her own aura into divine power. In this way, she could make them unaware of her. AIXI looked carefully, and what came into view were, Frisia, King Cold, Cooler, and... AIXI narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking of something. Colissa. Frisia's biological son. If you want to know why he can tell, it's because of the pointy flesh on the top of his head. But, what puzzled AIXI was... Is Colissa that strong? This energy is no weaker than Frisia next to him. If it was eyes, it would make sense, but this is Colissa. Are you that strong? AIXI's mouth twitched slightly. Forget it. Anyway, my world might have been in chaos for a long time, so it wouldn't be surprising if some weird things happened. AIXI has become indifferent since the day when Reg and Beerus appeared at the same time. He knew that this world of his was definitely not as pure as he had imagined. Some inexplicable things will happen, and they all seem normal. At this time, Frisia and the others have already confronted the Z warriors who have arrived. Son Gohan stood in front of everyone, his eyes fixed on Frisia, and said in a deep voice, Frisia, what are you doing on Earth? What are you doing on Earth? Frisia was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. After laughing, Frisia looked at Son Gohan and said slowly, what are you doing on Earth? How could you ask that? Frisia stared at Son Gohan with cold eyes. You are Son Gohan, the child of that wild monkey. I didn't expect you to change so much. It was exactly as Salbai said. The Scion on Earth has undergone earth-shaking changes. Frisia's face gradually turned cold. If he hadn't practiced for more than 10 years, he might not have been able to succeed in revenge. These Scions are really perverted. Son Gohan nodded, I am Son Gohan. My father is not a wild monkey, his name is Son Goku. Frisia smiled grimly, whatever you call yourself, call out all the Scions now. Piccolo said solemnly, what do you want to gather them for? Nonsense. Of course. Kill them all. Frisia's tone was grim. That. Clint shivered all over and got goosebumps all over his body. Frisia is still Frisia. Beside Frisia, Cooler couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at Frisia and said with a smile, "Brother, let me kill a few people first to cheer you up." Cooler's hands and feet made crisp sounds, and he looked eager to try. Frisia thought about it and nodded. "Go ahead. It's just right, let's use Cooler to see what level of strength these people are at now." After getting a positive answer, Cooler's face suddenly showed excitement. Cooler's eyes swept across everyone and finally stopped at Krillin. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he stretched out his finger and hooked it. "You, come up." "Krillin." Klin's face turned pale. "Why is it always me who is unlucky?" At this time, a figure appeared in front of Krillin, and Son Gohan looked at Cooler coldly. "If you want to fight, come with me. Today, I will fight all of you alone. One person, beat them all." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Piccolo looked at Son Gohan anxiously. "Gohan, don't act on impulse, Goku and the others are coming." Son Gohan shook his head and stared at Frisia. "I know, you just want revenge. I will be your opponent." Hearing this, veins popped up on Frisia's face, but his expression remained gentle and he didn't do anything. Suppressing his restless emotions, Frisia said slowly, "Okay. I hope you can be as tough as your words." Son Gohan said nothing. As the son of Son Goku, and a disciple of AIXI, when he encounters such a thing, he naturally takes the lead and shoulders the heavy responsibility. Otherwise, would it be worthy of AIXI's teachings? Cooler walked up slowly. His tall figure and arrogant eyes made people feel afraid. Son Gohan was not afraid at all and walked towards the other party. AIXI, who saw the whole scene, couldn't help but smile. That's some progress. Just based on this courage, Son Gohan is no less than Son Goku Vegeta. AIXI couldn't help but sit down and watched the scene with a little interest. A rare opportunity, let's see what happens. AIXI looked at Son Gohan and thought secretly. At the same time, Gods of Destruction World. Boom boom boom. The sound of thunder in the sky was deafening, like a bolt from the blue, and extremely terrifying. Three figures were fighting fiercely in the sky. Beerus was still leaning against the place where he usually ate, holding the dragon leg in his left hand and gnawing on it. He is not in a good mood, and has started overeating during this period. The reason was simple. A few days ago, Grand Priest suddenly came to him and told him a cruel fact: in the competition held by Zeno, the loser would be completely wiped out, including their gods of destruction. Beerus wanted to cry but had no tears. He was so innocent. But, the only thing to be thankful for is that my people are strong enough. Aside. Whis looked at the magic ball above the scepter and frowned slightly. "Lord Beerus, look." Beerus glanced at Whis in confusion, then moved his eyes closer. A scene appeared in the magic ball. It was the earth. Beerus raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked with interest, "Frisia?" Beerus continued to read, and said teasingly, "He has gathered all the family members." Whis also smiled, "Yes, and they came with such force, it looks like they are here to seek revenge, right?" Beerus nodded, "Indeed." Beerus looked at it for a moment, thought about it and asked, "Should we tell Goku and the others?" "Need not." Whis shook his head, "Look, isn't AI here?" The scene changed, and a figure appeared again on the screen. AIXI. Beerus nodded, "That's fine." And at the same time, AIXI looked in a certain direction inexplicably. He always felt that someone was staring at him. This sight shocked Beerus and Whis greatly. Beerus looked surprised. "Were we discovered?" "Oh shit!" Whis was also a little shocked. Although he only took a quick look, the look in AIXI's eyes just now, he must have seen it. But, how is that possible? He is an angel. How could he be seen by someone from hundreds of billions of planets away? This is outrageous. Whis narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Intuition." That's not surprising, some people have strong intuition and can easily predict the future direction. Cooler and Son Gohan stood opposite each other without speaking. The atmosphere was oppressive because of their auras. The two looked into each other's eyes, their auras collided, the situation was tense, as if a fight was about to start in the next second. Cooler looked down at Sion in front of him, with a hint of sneer on his face, "Little brat, don't you think you are the savior?" Son Goku stared at Cooler, "I'm not a savior, I just want to protect everyone. You alien species, who only invade other people's homes, should be killed as the master said." "Kill them all?" Cooler was startled, staring at Son Gohan with narrowed eyes. You kid. Bang. Son Gohan didn't waste any time, he threw a punch and hit Cooler's abdomen hard, making a dull thud. The punch was so powerful that the air exploded. Cooler's pupils shrank slightly, and a sense of pain spread through his heart, and his expression changed. Cooler looked ferocious and glanced at Son Gohan. Brat, I'm going to make you watch me kill everyone with your own eyes. Bang. Cooler swung his fist fiercely and charged towards Son Gohan head-on. His aura was strong and powerful, carrying a chilling aura. Son Gohan's pupils shrank slightly, so fast. With no time to dodge, Son Gohan flew back more than 10 meters before he barely stopped. Feeling a burning pain on his face, Son Gohan stared at Cooler, who was quite strong. He must act quickly. Super Saiyan 4. Or Super Saiyan Blue. He has been taught these two forms by masters. After Son Gohan pondered for a moment, a firm look flashed in his eyes. None. He wants to be a mysterious person and forge his own path. Since the master said it's okay, then it must be okay. Thinking of this, Son Gohan took a deep breath, and suddenly a layer of scorching white air waves rose around him, and the jet-like white flames suddenly rose up on the spot. Instantly, a majestic aura spread out in all directions like ripples. At this moment, he completed the sublimation from normal state to mysterious form. Son Gohan's naturally hanging bangs moved from one side to the other. Everyone present was shocked. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly. Super Saiyan. He has become so much stronger, that must be it. Frieza snorted, despicable Saiyan. Piccolo and others were also somewhat surprised. What form is this? They have never seen it. Cooler stared at Son Gohan, his eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect, you guys do have a new form, but, what form is this? Son Gohan smiled and didn't hide anything. Mysterious form. Mysterious form. Cooler smiled, with a hint of arrogance on his face. Then, I'll show you my final form. Son Gohan said nothing, his eyes fixed on Cooler. Cooler opened his hands, an invisible aura emanated from his body, and powerful energy gathered. Ha ha! As Cooler roared, the world began to change drastically, and the ground beneath his feet couldn't stop shaking. Call out! A layer of golden flames rose into the sky, and Cooler's body was covered by a dazzling golden light. Rich and powerful energy rippled from it. Everyone's expression changed. Snap! The golden coating slowly faded away, and Cooler's figure gradually emerged. At this moment, Cooler has transformed from its normal state to a gold-plated state. The whole body is shrouded in golden light, the whole person looks luxurious and noble. The aura around him is so strong that it is like a huge wave, causing fear. Cooler took a deep breath and smiled. This is Gold Cooler. Gold Cooler. P.S. I will post one chapter first, and there will be 2 more chapters later. There are 2 more chapters to come in the evening. The manuscripts have been disappearing recently. I am coding like crazy. There will be 10,000 words today. Chapter 89. After seeing the golden cooler, no one at the scene spoke, and they all looked at this scene in shock. I didn't expect that Frieza and the others could transform too. This is outrageous. Krillin stared at Cooler with a serious expression. I miscalculated. I thought their strongest form would be the petite white one, but I didn't expect to be so strong. It's also plated with gold. Piccolo nodded and looked at Son Gohan, a little worried. Golden form, if nothing unexpected happens, not only Jiraiya will, other masters will too. Also. Everyone was shocked and looked at Piccolo immediately. Yamcha exclaimed, Piccolo, don't say that. If you can, that would be so scary. Piccolo said solemnly, Frieza will definitely. That should be fine. Everyone was stunned, but after thinking about it, no one objected. As the leader, it would be too fake if Frieza didn't do that. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Son Gohan. On the mountain. AIXI's calm eyes flashed with surprise. Gold cooler. Where did this come from? AIXI was puzzled. Is this form so easy to cultivate? AIXI looked towards Son Gohan. No need to think, Gohan will lose. AIXI doesn't understand, where are all these people practicing? Is the version updated so quickly? Below. Son Gohan looked solemn, his eyes slightly. Gold cooler. Such a strong energy. Cooler looked at Son Gohan with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Why, are you scared? You want to kill us like this? You must be living in a dream. Son Gohan said solemnly, you'll know only after you fight. Cooler laughed, yeah, you'll know after you fight. Call out. Cooler stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and his body shot out at a speed too fast to be caught by the naked eye. The entire ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into powder. In just a moment, Cooler was in front of Son Gohan, and his palm turned into a fist, surrounded by golden light. With overwhelming power and unrivaled momentum, he struck Son Gohan hard in the face. This 700 punch was so powerful that it caused the space to vibrate slightly. Son Gohan's pupils shrank and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. So fast! Almost instinctively, he wanted to raise his hand to resist. But the next moment... bang! A heavy fist landed hard on his face, and a dull thud rang out. Son Gohan's face was distorted, and his body was shot out like an anti-aircraft gun, boom! It smashed countless mountains along the way and continued to explode backwards. Cooler's body turned into lightning, and he flew in front of Son Gohan one step ahead. He clasped his hands together and slammed him to the ground with a slam dunk. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the sky, like thunder piercing one's ears, and the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Lost? Cooler swooped down and grabbed Son Gohan, who was still in shock. In the sky. Son Gohan is scarred. Cooler stared at Son Gohan, his tone cold, where is your fighting spirit just now? Don't you want to deal with us so-called alien species? Come on. Son Gohan said nothing, his eyes fixed on Cooler. Cooler showed a hint of sarcasm on his face, you are totally incomparable to your father. Is that not enough? Son Gohan was silent. Cooler shook his head, a trace of disappointment flashed in his cold eyes, it's just like this, then you better die. That's all. He spread out his palms, accumulating energy in his palms. A powerful golden energy gathered and emanated, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Cooler raised his hand, pointed it at Son Gohan's heart, and was about to strike. On top of the mountain. Aixi narrowed her eyes. Although Gohan is very powerful, his mentality is still too weak. He dare not fight back at the slightest setback. After all, I am still too young. Although I said that I would let him find his own way, but isn't this too rigid? If there is a stronger form, use it. Aixi shook her head. A strong person not only needs to have unwavering determination, but also needs to be able to adapt to changing circumstances. Staying the same will only backfire. Aixi had no intention of taking action. Blind doting cannot make a person grow, only profound reality can teach him a lesson. The other side. Piccolo's face changed drastically, his eyes fixed on the sky, and he said in a deep voice, I can't just watch like this. Aside. Klin was stunned, hey? Piccolo, what are you doing? Voice, save Gohan. Klin was shocked and said quickly, you will die in vain if you go up like this. Piccolo snorted coldly, I can't care less. As he spoke, a layer of white flames rose from his body. Piccolo planned to rush directly in front of the other party in one go. But ideals are perfect, and reality is cruel. Frieza saw his thoughts and smiled, stop him. Whoosh. The next moment, a body suddenly stopped him. Sesame. Zesami had a sneer on his face, where do you want to go? Piccolo had beads of sweat on his face, and stared at the man in front of him, damn it. Call out. Without any hesitation, Piccolo rushed forward and started fighting with the other party. But after only 5 rounds, Piccolo was defeated. By now. Cooler said calmly, and the energy in his hand was about to be swung out suddenly. Buzz. At this critical moment, Son Gohan's pupils trembled and his body trembled uncontrollably. He saw a scene that he would never forget. Piccolo's head was held by Zesami, and Zesami's other hand had pierced Piccolo's chest. The blood is still flowing down. Piccolo looked at him, and seemed to be saying something. Beside Piccolo, none of the Z fighters dared to move. In front of them stood a tall figure, King Cold. Son Gohan's mind was in a mess, and all kinds of thoughts came to his mind, why can't his father or master protect anything when they are not here? He is too weak. Without the halo of his master and his father, he is nothing, he can't even protect Uncle Piccolo. We can't even protect our home, the earth. He didn't blame others, he just hated his own lack of strength. Suddenly, Son Gohan's body began to tremble violently, a feeling of anger and unwillingness surged into his heart, and the cells in his body began to become wildly active. 10 bursts of violent breath gushed out of his body. Cooler was blown away dozens of meters by this amazing breath. His expression changed, he stared at Son Gohan and asked, "What are you doing?" No answer. Son Gohan's aura is still rising, soaring at a rocket-like rate. Boom! For some unknown reason, the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder roared, and the entire planet began to tremble violently. The ground beneath our feet began to shake uncontrollably, and countless magma erupted from the cracks. Everyone looked in the direction of Son Gohan in shock. Frieza narrowed his eyes. What happened to that kid? Kulisa was also a little surprised, as if he had thought of something. He looked at Frieza and asked, "Dad, didn't you say that Sion will become stronger in the state of emotion?" Kulisa looked at Son Gohan and continued, "Did he see his companions being killed, and couldn't stand it?" Frieza nodded slightly, "That should be the case. These wild monkeys are very despicable. If you can't beat them, they can rely on their anger to become stronger." AIXI watched this scene without saying anything. Obviously, seeing Piccolo being hurt, it was overwhelming, it was starting to get really intense. Beast form, AIXI couldn't help but be interested. This form is comparable to Ultra Instinct. Title. AIXI turned her eyes and looked at Piccolo lying on the ground. "Let's save them first." Swish! AIXI's figure suddenly appeared in front of Sasami, preventing the opponent from further finishing off the opponent. AIXI raised his right hand and pointed it at Sasami. "Destroy, Buzz!" In an instant, a deep purple light enveloped Sasami, a bad calendar. That piece of space began to twist a little bit under the influence of the destructive force. What? The next breath. Sasami looked at his disappearing body in horror and looked at AIXI, "What did you do?" Ignoring him, AIXI walked up to Piccolo. Just like that, Sasami disappeared from the world inexplicably with screams. Not far away. A look of surprise appeared on Krillin and his group's faces. AIXI. "Oh, my!" Frieza quickly looked in the direction of the sound. King Cold and Kulisa couldn't help but look over there. "This is AIXI?" AIXI ignored the others and condensed a green healing light wave in her hand, aiming it at Piccolo who was lying there. "Piccolo is still alive and can be saved." Buzz buzz buzz. As the healing wave continued, Piccolo gradually recovered, and the big hole in his body was also repaired. Piccolo climbed up with one hand, shook his dizzy head, looked at AIXI, and smiled, "Thank you, AIXI." AIXI said nothing, dissipated the green light, and continued to look in the direction of Son Gohan. Ignored Frieza and the others the entire time. Frieza and his group, Frieza's face flashed with displeasure, and he asked gloomily, "Are you AIXI?" AIXI nodded, "Yes." Frieza sneered, "You'd rather I go find you guys? Where are Son Goku and the others?" AIXI glanced at Frieza and said, "It doesn't matter whether I look for them or not. I can't survive if I'm here." "UB." Frieza's forehead was bulging with veins, and a trace of anger surged in his heart. He stared at AIXI and said coldly, "Don't think that you dare to be arrogant just because you have a little strength. You are not good enough in front of me." AIXI glanced at Frieza in surprise, with a smile on her face, "I hope you can still say this kind of thing later." Frieza's face was gloomy, but he still suppressed his inner anger. He turned to look at Cooler and Son Gohan to see what happened to Son Gohan. The other side. As the aura rose, a layer of dazzling silver-white jet-like flames suddenly rose around Son Gohan, and Son Gohan was wrapped in a burst of hot silver-white light. A terrifying aura continued to emanate from it. Cooler stared at Son Gohan, his tone serious, "Who is this kid?" Boom! Pink lightning crackled out, lingering around the flames, flickering eerily. As the light faded, a figure gradually emerged. At this moment, Son Gohan's hair and eyebrows turned silver-white, his pupils turned red, and his face was as ferocious as a beast. His aura was so powerful that everyone present could not help but be shocked. This is the beast form. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 90. Son Gohan took a deep breath, his eyes slowly looked at AIXI, an imperceptible joy appeared at the corners of his mouth. Master! Uncle Piccolo was saved. Son Gohan looked away, his eyes fixed on Cooler. Come again. Cooler looked unhappy, you don't think you can defeat me just by changing your appearance? Don't be so delusional. Half the story. Son Gohan suddenly interrupted him, since you don't want to go, then I will do it. Bang! Son Gohan shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Cooler and was about to punch him. The power of this punch was incredible. It was wrapped in a silver-white flame, like Mars hitting the earth, and it hit Cooler fiercely. Before the punch landed, the wind from the fist was already approaching. This made Cooler's expression change drastically. So fast! Cooler's face flashed with shock. How is it possible? He didn't notice any movement from Son Gohan, and didn't even know when he moved. The first thing Cooler thought of was to raise his hand to block, but Son Gohan's fist was too fast, and in just a moment, it was already in his face. Bang! There was only a dull crashing sound like thunder that resounded throughout the sky. The thunder-like crash caused the space to distort a little, as if it would be shattered in the next second. Cooler's face was shaken and sunken, and his nose bridge and bones were instantly shattered. Vomit! How is it possible? Cooler looked puzzled and spat out a mouthful of blood, then he could no longer withstand the impact of the punch and flew backwards. After smashing dozens of mountains, it finally stopped. At this moment, he had been beaten back to normal and fell into a coma. Seeing this scene, everyone present was terrified. Too strong. One punch smashed the golden Cooler. What on earth is this? Even AIXI couldn't help but be slightly surprised. AIXI narrowed her eyes slightly, worthy of the name of the beast. With that punch just now, AIXI could clearly feel that all the energy that could be mobilized from Son Gohan's body were concentrated together. It shows how amazing its power is. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his face was not too flustered, just a little surprised. Boy, have you become so much stronger, hateful. Frieza's face gradually turned ugly. He, Frieza, had practiced diligently for so long, how could this brat become so strong just because of anger? Not fair. Frieza slowly stood up and floated out of his exclusive baby pod. After Son Gohan dealt with Cooler, he did not continue to pursue the victory, but slowly landed and stood next to AIXI. Son Gohan was delighted, Master, I succeeded. AIXI smiled, not bad. Son Gohan nodded and looked at Piccolo, I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo shook his head and smiled, staring at AIXI. Is this the difference between him and AIXI? He is also considered Gohan's master, but he is not as good as AIXI in teaching. AIXI was definitely present just now, and the reason she didn't come out must be to train Gohan. Thinking of this, Piccolo couldn't help but shook his head. He was still so excited that he didn't even think about whether he could help Gohan and not drag him down. But, he was still happy that Son Gohan had unlocked a new form because of him. Piccolo shook his head and smiled, Gohan, no need to apologize, you may have surpassed Goku and the others now. Son Gohan shook his head, no, I still have a lot of shortcomings. After this battle, he finally understood the gap between himself and his master and others. Mindset. Combat experience. No matter which one it is, he can't do it. Having great strength but only for show, you're basically doomed if you meet a strong enemy. His mentality was too bad. In the situation just now, he could have turned into Super Blue and escaped, but he got entangled because of what the other party said. Thinking of this, Son Gohan wanted to slap himself. If the master hadn't been there, Uncle Piccolo would have died because of him. AIXI glanced at Son Gohan and said nothing. It's enough to be able to recognize your own problems. I'm afraid of those who have no strength but strong self-esteem. No reflection at all. When encountering setbacks, I will just practice hard. AIXI smiled. He didn't mention anyone in particular. Frieza's face was gloomy, and two people stood beside him. Kurdito and Kulisa. Frieza stared at AIXI without saying anything. This guy was right. With him around, there was no need for him to look for Son Goku. After all, if he was defeated, wouldn't Son Goku and the others be destroyed? Frieza looked at AIXI and the others, a smile on his face. He slowly raised his hands, clapped his hands a few times, and praised, you really surprised me. Especially you, Son Gohan, since you can defeat Cooler with one move. I underestimated you. He paused, his tone turned cold, and he looked at AIXI, but, today I will let you know how powerful I, Frieza, am. The words fell. Frisia looked at Son Gohan, slowly extended a finger, and said calmly, "One move. I only need one move to kill you. One move. Kill Son Gohan." The expressions of the people present changed drastically. Killed Son Gohan in beast form with one move? Isn't this ridiculous? Everyone didn't believe it, but they didn't dare to completely disbelieve it. Because, they thought of the friendly match between the 6th and 7th universes a while ago. Hit was easily defeated by Son Goku, but Son Goku was killed instantly by King Sarada, and the terrifying King Sarada couldn't even withstand a single move from AIXI. At this moment, everyone began to doubt the truthfulness of Frisia's words. Maybe, it won't be too fake. After all, there are stronger ones above the strong ones. AIXI looked at Frisia and said nothing. He guessed something. The reason why Frisia is so confident, maybe it's because he encountered a world similar to the Spirit Time Room? AIXI stared at Frisia. It seemed that, the other party had mastered the black gold form. This is incredible. Son Gohan couldn't help but frown after hearing what Frisia said. He himself doesn't even know how strong he is now, how dare Frisia brazenly say that he can kill him in 1 second. Asterisk. Son Gohan stared at Frisia, then try it. 0.0.0.0, if you have the guts, then today I will let you see the suppression from the dimension. Dimensional suppression. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Frisia is really that strong? Kulisa glanced at Frisia, hesitated for a moment and said, "Dad, how about I do it?" Frisia shook his head, "No, today I want them to see clearly, the horror of the frozen demon clan. That's all I have to say." Kulisa didn't say anything more, and stepped back slightly, leaving Frisia alone to perform. King Cold also quickly stepped back and stood beside Kulisa. Looking at Frisia, he couldn't help but swallow, his eyes widened. Is it that form again? That fault shape? Really crush everything. Frisia opened his hands, restrained his breathing, took a deep breath, and suddenly clenched his fists. Zero ha 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 ha. Then, a low roar came from his throat. Boom. In just a moment, the entire earth began to tremble wildly. Not only that, the entire northern Milky Way began to shake violently. His aura covers the entire 7th universe. Frisia didn't think about suppressing his aura. He just wanted to show himself. Therefore, at this moment, Frisia, just by using his chi, suffocated everyone present, as if they were going to die on the spot in the next second. Bang! Some of the Frisia troops who couldn't bear the pressure began to explode one by one and turned into blood. Klin and the others' faces turned pale, and blood flowed out from their 7 orifices. Seeing this, AIXI waved his hand, and a divine power gushed out, turning into a barrier to protect everyone inside. As if he had thought of something, the divine power in AIXI's body continued to expand, covering the entire earth. His wife is still here. The earth, which was on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized. But other planets were not so lucky. Some nearby planets could not bear it and began to explode one after another, like bright smoke. At Frisia's feet, a layer of purple-black ripples spread out, and a deep and strange aura spread in all directions, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next breath, the deep purple flame shot up into the sky, covering Frisia, and the dazzling black light enveloped him. Sizzle. Strange black lightning swirled around him, making exploding sounds. At this moment, Frisia's aura underwent a drastic change. Son Gohan's pupils contracted, and his eyes were fixed on Frisia. How is it possible? How terrible is this breath? It can be said that he is no less than his master. Son Gohan was a little unsure, but he felt that he was almost as good as his master. Son Gohan glanced at AIXI and was relieved when he saw that the other party had a calm expression. "Master, don't panic. I'm afraid that the master will also be surprised, then I'm doomed. P.S. Please give me some money and votes." So tacky. Chapter 91. At the same time, Supreme Kai World. The 3 old Supreme Kais all looked at the crystal ball with extremely solemn expressions. Supreme Kai Xian looked at the old Supreme Kai with a horrified expression. "Old ancestor, we are finished, are we going to die?" Jebit was also horrified. "No." The old Supreme Kai had a solemn look in his eyes and a serious face, and rarely did he refrain from scolding the two. Staring at the image in the crystal ball, the old Supreme Kai said in a deep voice, "I dare not draw a conclusion, but this aura, I dare say, is no less than destroying it. No less than gods of destruction. Old Supreme Kai paused, then added, moreover, they are top-notch gods of destruction. Top gods of destruction. Supreme Kai Xin and Jebit felt like their breathing was about to stop, and both of them took a deep breath. No less than the top gods of destruction? What is the concept? Beyond Beerus. Supreme Kai Xin quickly asked, what should we do? We won't die, right? Old Supreme Kai stared at the crystal ball, his eyes narrowed slightly, uncertain. Look at AI, he doesn't seem panicked. Hearing this, the two of them hurriedly moved closer to the crystal ball and took a closer look at AIXI's expression. The two were overjoyed. Yell, AIXI didn't panic. Doesn't this mean that we can fight? Old Supreme Kai coughed twice, but don't get too excited, Day 2 what happened to Viagra? Supreme Kai Xin said seriously, indeed. Let's cheer for him. At the same time. Gods of Destruction World. Son Goku and the other two had stopped training a long time ago, and they came to Beerus and Whis. Son Goku's face was solemn, this energy, there is no mistake, this is Frisia's energy, I didn't expect him to be resurrected, and become so terrifying, everyone in the Gods of Destruction World can feel it clearly. Vegeta and Broly both looked grave. This energy is too strong. Aside. Beerus said nothing, his brows furrowed. Whis narrowed his eyes and said in a serious tone, it seems that I just made a mistake. Whis picked up the scepter, waved it around, and then tapped it lightly. Boom! Next second. A clear picture emerged. This is exactly what is happening on Earth right now. Looking at the devastated Earth. Vegeta frowned and said in a serious tone, has this guy mastered a new form? Son Goku looked closely at the light screen, and after finding AIXI, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that AIXI is here. Whis said slowly, except for the Earth which was protected by AIXI, all other planets such as the Solar System and the Andromeda System have been shattered by Frisia's energy. Son Goku looked serious, let's hurry over there. Beerus said in a deep voice, Whis, how long will it take to get to Earth now? Whis thought for a moment and said, the fastest time is 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Vegeta frowned, too slow, by the time we got there the daylilies were cold. Son Goku said solemnly, I'll try instant transmission. Several people quickly looked at Son Goku. Son Goku's palm turned into a sword finger and placed it between his eyebrows. After just a breath, he opened his eyes. Found it. Beerus was stunned, so fast. Son Goku nodded, because this energy is so strong, there is no need to worry at all. Beerus nodded and said in a deep voice, disciple. Beerus didn't dare to neglect it for a moment. This spirit was no weaker than his. How dare he neglect it? Several people took advantage of Son Goku. Swish. At the same time. Earth. At this moment, Frisia has completed his transformation. The violent aura around him slowly subsided and turned into a jet of aura that rose up slowly. At this moment, Frisia has transformed from his normal state to black and gold. His body was covered in an obsidian-like color, his muscles were strong and angular, and he was full of power. The invisible feeling of oppression made it almost impossible for everyone to breathe. This is the black gold form. Frisia opened his hands, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Excuse me, everyone. In order to make you realize the power of this form, the noise is a little louder. Do you mind? A little bit bigger? You call this a little bit bigger? There was anger on everyone's face, but they didn't dare to show it. Piccolo looked solemn and said in a deep voice, this guy is so cruel, he blew up all the members of Frisia's army. Kellen let out a long sigh and looked at AIXI with gratitude on his face, thank you, AIXI. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure. Son Gohan also breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately, Master took action and saved the Earth, otherwise. Son Gohan said nothing. Everyone knows it. Klin also noticed this and quickly expressed his gratitude again, yes, otherwise my Marin and my daughter would be doomed. AIXI didn't say anything, just nodded. He actually did it for his wife. AIXI looked at Frisia, her eyes rarely showing a serious look. It's true, Frisia has mastered the black gold form. Moreover, it doesn't look like the ordinary black and gold form. Frisia looked at everyone, bowed slightly, and smiled very elegantly, this is Kurikan, Frisia. Everyone. Frisia covered her mouth and chuckled, how about it, everyone, now do you think I can kill Son Gohan with one blow? Everyone was silent. Frisia saw this and couldn't help but smile again, this is the result of my 13 years of hard work. I originally wanted to leave it to Son Goku, that wild monkey, but I didn't expect you to see it. How about it, do you want to leave one death for each of you? Each person left a way to die. Everyone was silent. It was better not to speak at this time. Klin, in particular, is deeply aware of this. Only silence can save you. AIXI shook her head and smiled, then took a step forward. Frisia, now that you've finished your transformation, how about I show you one of my forms as well? Frisia was stunned, then looked at AIXI, without a trace of panic on his face, but with interest. Okay, I'll let you die with peace of mind. AIXI. AIXI smiled and said nothing. Just as the transformation began. Swish. Just at this moment. Beside AIXI and the others, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Son Goku and his group. Everyone was stunned, and then looked in that direction. Son Goku and the others looked around and their faces darkened. Was it really Frisia? Son Goku looked at Frisia, his expression became more serious than ever. Beside, Vegeta also opened his mouth slightly, his face stiff, and looked at Frisia in disbelief. Is this, really Frisia's anger? This is outrageous. The sense of oppression brought by close contact is really not covered. Beerus' eyes narrowed. Aside. Frisia also saw Son Goku and his companions who suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. He looked at several people. Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly and Beerus. As for Whis, Frisia simply skipped over him. He was just a servant of Beerus and not worth paying attention to. Frisia's lips curled up slightly. Everyone, long time no see. Son Goku looked serious. Frisia, what are you doing on Earth? Frisia shook his head and smiled. At this point, don't you understand? I can achieve what I have today thanks to you, Son Goku. Frisia gnashed his teeth, his face gloomy. Do you know how miserable I was down there? Beerus stared at Frisia. Frisia, what did you do to make Ina change like this? Frisia slowly turned his gaze towards Beerus. He did not answer him, but said calmly, Beerus, long time no see. Beerus's face was grim. Yet, long time no see. Frisia smiled faintly. I'm not looking for you today, don't meddle in other people's business. Don't mind your own business. On. Beerus laughed angrily. There was trouble in his territory, so he was not allowed to mind his own business. Beerus's eyes gradually turned cold. The next moment, a shocking destructive force was suddenly released, and the majestic destructive aura spread in all directions, overwhelming Frisia. Boom! Instantly. The entire Earth is shaking violently. The originally peaceful 7th universe is shaking violently again. AIXI. AIXI's mouth twitched slightly. The Earth in the garden had just been maintained. However, AIXI did not say anything, but watched the scene with interest. Faced with this unparalleled destructive force, Frisia's expression condensed slightly, and a stream of black gold flames gushed out, slamming into the opponent's destructive force. The two men faced each other as if they were about to fight in the next second. Everyone looked at this scene with solemn expressions. Son Goku and the other two came to AIXI's side, leaving space for Beerus. Whis narrowed his eyes. Lord Beerus, are you sure you want to do it? Beerus didn't say anything. His pupils suddenly turned upside down like a cat's, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of dark purple coating. In just a moment, his divine power transformed into destructive power. At this moment, Beerus really used the destruction response. AIXI stared at Beerus. Did his aura rise to the peak in an instant? Frisia stared at Beerus, his expression slightly solemn, but not afraid. Beerus looked cold. I don't think I've been serious for a long time. Has it caused you two to think you can become my enemy? Frisia stared at Beerus and said coldly, I said. I won't look for you today. Beerus said coldly, what a pity, now I have to trouble you. Frisia. Frisia's face showed a hint of anger. Beerus, don't push your luck. I'm giving you face by not causing you any trouble. Don't be ungrateful. Beerus sneered, do I need your face? Having said this, Frisia knew that this battle was inevitable. Frisia slowly closed his eyes, then let me see, whether the gods of destruction are invincible. Beerus sneered, gods of destruction may not be invincible, but I am definitely invincible, buzz. The words fell. An astonishing wave of scorching air appeared around him again, and the white steam and black destructive force intertwined to form two flames that covered Beerus. This is Ultra Instinct. Beerus used Ultra Instinct and destruction power at the same time. The fighting power, in an instant, directly stepped into the stream, and came to the junction of the gods of destruction and angel levels. At this moment, everyone's expression changed suddenly. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 92. AIXI narrowed her eyes slightly. He also didn't expect that Beerus could do this. The power of destruction is enhanced with Ultra Instinct. As if noticing everyone's surprise, Whis smiled softly, this is Master Beerus's strongest form, and the form he has been hiding all along. Whis looked at Beerus and continued, the reason why Lord Beerus's Ultra Instinct is not perfect is because he has always been obsessed with integrating Ultra Instinct into the destructive form. Whis shook his head and said, but this is so difficult. You know, the power of destruction is violent, while the power of ultimate freedom is gentle and peaceful. The two are completely different. But Lord Beerus still integrated it. Everyone suddenly realized. I can't help but admire Beerus. Is this the value of the strongest gods of destruction? Feeling this terrifying breath, Frisia frowned and stared at Beerus. He didn't expect that Beerus could be so powerful. Frisia's face was gloomy. He miscalculated. Beerus' expression was icy. Frisia, what gives you the courage to challenge me? Frisia stared at Beerus. Beerus, I'll say this one last time, I'm not causing you any trouble. Apparently, Frisia didn't want to get too involved with Beerus. Beerus sneered, after a few years of training, you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, right? Now you dare to call me by my name. Frisia's face was gloomy. So, we have to fight. Beerus nodded and said coldly, what do you think? Having said that, Frisia said no more. Frisia opened his hands, slowly spread his palms, and a low roar came from his throat. And so. The sound was like thunder. After a while, Frisia's aura became more profound, and his breath was much stronger than before. Frisia took a deep breath and said word by word, in the words of those wild monkeys, this is Black Gold Full Power. Black Gold Full Power. Everyone was shocked. Now that you have full power. Son Goku looked solemn, looking back and forth between Beerus and Frisia, thinking for a while but to no avail. He couldn't help but look at AIXI and asked in a deep voice, AIXI, who do you think is stronger? AIXI touched his chin and thought for a moment before slowly saying, Beerus, right. At the beginning, he might think Frisia is stronger. But now, Beerus has created a form that can maintain Ultra Instinct under the power of destruction, so he has to admit. Beerus is stronger. Son Goku smiled, Lord Beerus, I think so too, but I'm worried that Frisia still has some moves that I haven't used yet. Vegeta was stunned, then snorted coldly, Kakarot, you think too much, no matter what moves he has, he can't beat Beerus. Son Goku looked ahead, what if? Vegeta was silent. Who could guarantee something like this? However, he still prefers Beerus. The reason is naturally because of the destructive power that blesses Ultra Instinct. How horrible is this? Beerus looked at Frisia with a hint of sarcasm on his face, Black Gold Full Power? What kind of fancy stuff is that? After saying this, Beerus raised his right hand with a cold expression. Destroy. 1 SEC. Suddenly, a dark destructive energy condensed in his open palm at a very fast speed. This energy, with the power to annihilate everything, spread in all directions. The boundless destructive force made the entire space tremble faintly, as if it would be twisted and torn apart in the next second. The release of destructive power caused everyone present to change their expressions drastically, and even the air was not spared. Beerus' destructive force did not hesitate at all and hit Frisia hard. Everything along the way was completely destroyed. Frisia narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. 1 inch. I saw a ball of black energy gathered in the palm of his hand. The pure energy seemed to contain endless power, and it rushed forward towards the destructive force in front. Boom! The two energies collided at an extremely fast speed, all you could hear was a huge crash that resounded through the sky, followed by a burst of dazzling light that shone in all directions. With the place where the two shock waves collided as the core, A huge shock wave emerged from it, and the shock wave spread to the entire northern galaxy in an exaggerated manner in an instant. On the earth, Whiss's staff tapped gently. The next moment, an invisible mysterious energy covered the earth, protecting it from the harm of the shock wave. In the thick smoke, two figures suddenly collided at high speed. Bang! 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 In the sky, only thunderous crashing sounds could be heard. The ferocious collision of fists made the entire space on the verge of collapse. In just a short while, the two of them had fought each other tens of thousands of times. Below. Son Goku frowned and looked at the sky in confusion. I can't see anything clearly. Vegeta gritted his teeth, looking grim. Apparently, he couldn't see clearly either. Son Gohan looked confused and looked at AIXI, Master, who has the upper hand now? AIXI smiled, Beerus, Ultra Instinct makes it almost impossible for Frieza to touch him, and his destructive power is getting stronger and stronger. He has already hit Frieza several times. Son Goku and the others all looked delighted. Son Goku scratched his head, I didn't expect that. I thought at first even Beerus-sama couldn't beat him. No one said anything, they felt the same way. But now the results are a bit unexpected. Sky. Bang. Two terrifying fists suddenly collided. With a crack, the entire space where the two were located began to shatter piece by piece, like pieces of glass exploding. Beerus stared at Frieza and said, Today I must make it clear to you why I, Beerus, am known as the strongest gods of destruction, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly shot out. A huge roar was heard along the way, so fast that time and space seemed to be exploding. Frieza's face was gloomy, and the soreness in his hands told him that he was going to be killed today. With this dead cat around, he won't be able to seek revenge on those wild monkeys. Thinking of this, Frieza's face darkened again, like a piece of black charcoal. Looking at the approaching Beerus, Frieza's face was gloomy. Tisk, if that's the case, then fight. After saying that, he rushed towards Beerus' attack without any hesitation. Boom! In an instant, their fists collided violently. Frieza looked slightly shocked, staring at Beerus, and his strength increased a little bit. This guy is really changing all the time. Frieza's face was gloomy. He must find his rhythm again, otherwise if he keeps getting beaten, he will definitely lose. Thinking of this, Frieza endured the pain in his hands and his figure suddenly flashed, moving at high speed. Beerus narrowed his eyes. With his rich experience in combat, he saw through Frieza's idea at a glance. He wanted to move at such high speed that he couldn't find his true form, and then he would be hit continuously. Beerus sneered, this trick may work for others, but it doesn't work for me. After saying that, Beerus opened his hands and closed his eyes slightly, destruction, boom. The next breath. The area within a 100-meter radius around him was suddenly covered by a giant sphere, and people were only allowed to enter but not leave. This is a space made up of destructive forces, with Beerus as the center, and the entire sphere is filled with destructive forces. You can see how terrifying it is. What? Frieza was also shocked. He wanted to escape immediately, but his retreat was blocked. The destructive force that destroyed everything came head-on. Every inch of Frieza's skin was hit by the destructive force from all directions at this moment. Frieza looked grim, staring at Beerus, is that how you play it? Frieza shouted angrily, then don't play with any of them. Suddenly, a ball of black and gold flames rose up from around Frieza, isolating the destructive force that wanted to approach him. Frieza clasped his hands together, then suddenly pulled them apart. A ball of black gold destructive bullets gathered in the destructive force in an exaggerated manner. In just a moment, the diameter of the destructive force ball was broken, and Beerus's domain was shattered. Boom! The destructive force spread out, and the scene inside suddenly came into view. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Frieza raised his hands above his head at this moment. A black and gold bomb of destruction with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters appeared in his hands. Go to hell! Without any hesitation, Frieza threw the destructive bomb fiercely, heading straight for Beerus and the earth. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Son Goku looked at this scene with deep shock in his eyes, and a little worried, does Frieza want to throw energy at that angle? Son Goku looked at Beerus and said, if Master Beerus can't catch it, the earth will be doomed. Vegeta frowned, his fists slightly clenched, you must be joking. Aside. AIXI looked calm, but Frieza was already getting angry. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen soon. Not far away. Beerus narrowed his eyes and stared at Frisia, then let's see who is scarier. Beerus opened his hands suddenly and growled. Instantly, a tremendous destructive force began to expand at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached a diameter of millions of meters, and Wolf overshadowed Frisia. In the destructive form, the destructive power is inexhaustible. Endless and never dry up. Boom! The destructive force and the destructive bomb collided in an instant. At the moment of impact, a horrifying shock wave spread out from the center. Just a breath. Countless planets in the seventh universe could no longer bear the pressure and exploded on the spot, turning into a bright star. Below. Everyone looked more solemn than ever before. This is definitely the biggest fight ever. If it weren't for Whiss's protective barrier, none of them would have survived. AIXI looked at the sky with her eyes narrowed. The destructive force destroyed the destruction bomb 360 easily with overwhelming force, and continued to hit Frisia with no loss of power. This blow, Frisia will lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. In the sky, Frisia's face was grim. Under the lock of the destructive force, he had no way to escape or avoid it. You can only take it hard. How to answer this? A destructive force with a diameter of about 1 million meters. Who can tell him how to answer? But Frisia did not sit there and wait for death, but instead raised his aura to its strongest level. Boom! The destructive force hit Frisia, and the endless destructive aura annihilated him. Frisia's face turned pale. Look at me eating your destructive force alive. Ha 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 ha. Frisia's face was grim, and his roar resounded through the sky, as if he was used to it. His body was no longer in human form under the ravages of the destructive force, but Frisia still gritted his teeth and tried to control this destructive force. Beerus took in the whole scene and snorted coldly, explode. The next breath. Suddenly, the destructive force burst out with endless destructive energy, and a huge explosion swept the entire space. Frisia's face changed, and his body came into close contact with the destructive force of the explosion. He was alone in it. His body seemed to be torn apart millions of times, and the destructive force continued to invade. Erosion of him. Agogakong. The screams of pain could be heard throughout the sky. Even Black Gold Frisia couldn't stand being ravaged by the power of destruction. Suddenly, Frisia regained consciousness and his expression became ferocious. It turns itself into a furnace, absorbing the destructive force fiercely. If you can't catch it, then eat it raw. Real eats. Ha 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 ha. Frisia's face turned pale and he cried out in pain. But, it was visible to the naked eye that the destructive force was getting smaller and smaller, and soon, it was completely swallowed up by him. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Beerus couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. Frisia is crazy. Using your body to consume so much destructive power? Son Goku looked serious. If I'm not mistaken, Frisia just swallowed all the destructive power, right? Vegeta also looked serious. You're right, he ate the calendar of destruction alive. It's really crazy. Whis narrowed his eyes. This is the first time I've seen this happen. AIXI stared at Frisia. If he eats it, he will undergo a radical change. If he can't eat it, he will explode on the spot, and even the spirit world will be destroyed. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 93. Frisia's action was naturally very crazy. He didn't even want to run away or just endure the explosion at the first moment. Instead, he wanted to choose the more costly power of devouring destruction. It can be said that if he fails, he will die without leaving any trace. And the other side? Beerus said nothing, he took in the whole scene. Beerus had a gloomy face and no expression could be seen. After a long time, he suddenly grinned. Beerus looked at Frisia. Since you like to absorb energy, then I'll give you enough. Frisia's action was really shocking, but after being surprised, Beerus calmed down. He just didn't believe it. How strong could Frisia be? He could just go up and destroy Frisia because he was weak, but wouldn't that be taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Beerus did not move, quietly waiting for Frisia to devour the destructive power. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy at this moment. At the same time, after swallowing millions of cubic meters of destructive force, Frisia was not feeling well at the moment. There was almost no intact part of his body, and it was messed up by the destructive force. Frisia's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees. Go! The screams of pain seemed extremely harsh in the silent atmosphere at this moment. Colissa and King Cold slowly flew over, looking at Frisia with worried expressions. Colissa helped Frisia up and asked worriedly, "Dad, are you okay? Go away." Frisia's face was ferocious, and when he opened his mouth to speak, he actually spit out a trace of astonishing destructive power. Colissa was startled and quickly jumped back a few steps. Colissa stared at Frisia with a serious expression. Frisia was now full of destructive power. "It's really scary. Call out." A figure slowly descended and appeared right in front of them. Colissa and King Cold's expressions changed and they looked ahead solemnly. Colissa stared at Beerus without saying anything, but the sweat on his face and the nervous look in his eyes had already exposed him. Beerus smiled faintly, "I won't kill him yet." Colissa said nothing, still staying by Frisia's side. Beerus didn't care, but looked at Frisia. At this moment, Frisia's face was distorted and he didn't notice Beerus coming at all. Beerus looked at Frisia quietly. Today, he was going to beat him into submission. Supreme Kai World. DF. Supreme Kai Xin took a breath of cold air, his expression was shocked. Frisia actually swallowed the power of destruction. Supreme Kai Xin looked at the old Supreme Kai and asked quickly, "Grandmaster, can he devour it successfully?" "Can I?" Old Supreme Kai touched his chin, narrowed his eyes, and looked deep. After thinking carefully, he shook his head and nodded. Supreme Kai Xin was stunned. "My lord, what do you mean?" The old Supreme Kai said slowly, "Whether he can or cannot, there are many factors to consider. There is no doubt that he is not actively swallowing now, but passively swallowing. Frisia belongs to the latter. He devours the power of destruction purely to survive. It's actually very difficult to survive, but if he succeeds in devouring it by chance, maybe he can even master a bit of destructive power. I think this is what he's pursuing." Supreme Kai Xin and Jebit were both surprised. "Doesn't that mean that Lord Beerus will lose?" The old Supreme Kai shook his head and stared at the crystal ball. "There is no way we can lose." "Supreme Kai, why? Isn't Frisia already close to the top gods of destruction? What will happen if you master the power of destruction?" Old Supreme Kai looked at Beerus in the ball and smiled bitterly, "Yes, we are close. But I didn't expect Beerus to hide so many things." The old Supreme Kai stared at Beerus, feeling inexplicably angry. "Why is this hairless cat so strong?" Supreme Kai Xin was puzzled. "What do you mean? Master Beerus hasn't used his full strength yet." Old Supreme Kai snorted coldly, "You underestimate him too much, just look at his expression and you'll know. Look how confident he is, waiting for Frisia to devour him. It sounds like this is indeed the case." The old Supreme Kai shook his head, "I can only say that Frisia is too impatient. It's true that he has a lot of strength, but he uses Beerus to provoke others." Earth. Son Goku looked at Aixi and asked in confusion, "Aixi, what do you mean?" Aixi smiled, "Literally, maybe he can really break through with these destructive forces." Vegeta frowned and looked at Aixi, "This is a bit ridiculous, consuming the energy of destruction, ordinary energy. If it were normal, he might be convinced by Aixi. But now, he is very skeptical. Can the destructive force be the same as ordinary energy waves? The difference between the two is as great as heaven and earth. He bet that Frisia would be completely annihilated by the destructive force." Aixi didn't say anything. There is actually a reason why he said that. Because, Frisia is as skinny as a ball after all this fighting. It is difficult to guarantee that he will not successfully devour the destructive force. Meat has reached a new level. Just now, how many times did he suffer the destructive force? But was Frisia seriously injured? No. Aixi seriously suspected that Frisia's entire strength was actually used for defense. Otherwise, why can it be so resistant? But, Aixi was also surprised by Beerus's strength. Unexpectedly, Beerus still has so much hidden. Up to now, he obviously hasn't used his full calendar. Jian's true potential has not yet been fully revealed. He is fighting Frisia at the peak of his power. The reason is simple, Frisia is also the pinnacle of the groove. Aixi is very familiar with Beerus's character. Beerus will not bully the weak. He will only stand on the same dimension with you. The purpose is to convince the other party. As for why Frisia was beaten. Obviously, because Beerus is in top form now. So he suppressed Frisia almost all the time. If Beerus used his full strength, that is, 100% of his strength. AIXI narrowed his eyes, maybe Frisia is still not good enough. AIXI couldn't help but sigh, is this the horror of the patch monster? To be honest, he was sure, Frisia had become even stronger. But he met Beerus. AIXI glanced at Son Goku and his group, you guys need to hurry up and make a breakthrough. People. Son Goku scratched his head, looking a little distressed, AIXI, I tried very hard. But there has been no significant effect. Vegeta's face was gloomy, he wanted to say something too. Didn't he try hard? Good effort. An effort far beyond the ordinary. But, what was the result? Didn't even reach the threshold of gods of destruction. Broly didn't say anything, he got much stronger. If he fights Frisia, he may not be able to beat him, but he can take a few hits. Son Gohan was silent. He didn't pursue much. He was already satisfied with a year or two to reach the beast form. Whis looked at the people with sad faces, shook his head and smiled, everyone, relax, don't compare yourself with others all day long, the most important thing is to stabilize your own heart first. How long has Lord Beerus been practicing, do you know? How long have you been practicing? Whis paused, looked at AIXI, and rolled his eyes, let's not talk about perverts like AIXI. Take Frisia for example, do you really think that there is no price for him to become stronger? Whis looked serious, don't think this method of compressing time for cultivation is good or desirable. That's not the case. This kind of practice is completely consuming your future potential. It can only achieve temporary results. As time goes by, you will find that your practice will become more difficult. The combat capability has not been improved at all. Potential grows with life and practice. If you just compress your time for practice, even AIXI will have a limit one day, right? AIXI. Whis continued to laugh and said, so, a normal life and normal practice are better than anything else. If you can become stronger by compressing time, then why don't you do it, Beerus-sama? The words fell. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Really? They are in such a hurry. Son Goku is in deep thought. Whis is indeed an angel. He benefited a lot from these words, yes, why did he compare himself with AIXI and Beerus? AIXI is a pervert, Beerus is an old monster. What does he compare it to? Being able to reach this point in just 1 or 2 years, you should be satisfied, right? The price of being too greedy will not be good. AIXI couldn't help but frown after hearing what Whis said. Makes sense. I have to say it does make sense. AIXI's cognition is still very clear, he is a cheating dog. It seems that I am indeed putting too much pressure on my teammates. AIXI shook his head and smiled. In this world where gifted bloodlines are rampant, it is rare for Son Goku and his friends to be so strong. The other side. As time goes by, the restless destructive power in Frisia was also gradually calming down. Kalissa looked surprised. Is he going to succeed? Beerus looked indifferent. He found that he had better patience than ever before. Waited for Frisia for nearly half an hour. Beerus looked at Frisia with a hint of coldness in his eyes. AIXI dared to call him by his full name because he was convinced. He treated AIXI as a friend. But why do you, Frisia? A younger brother should behave like a younger brother. Today, Beerus wants to let Frisia know his authority as the big brother. From. Not long after, Frisia suddenly opened his eyes, his face was covered with dense beads of sweat, he was breathing heavily, his eyes were full of fatigue. Frisia's face was extremely solemn, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He succeeded. Successfully mastered the power of destruction. Frisia looked up suddenly, as if he had noticed something. Then I saw Beerus smiled and said, finally succeeded. Frisia looked gloomy and stared at Beerus, you have been waiting for me. Beerus nodded, yes, I will give you the opportunity to master the power of destruction and hit me. Frisia. Frisia was silent. He felt a little regretful at this moment. Why did he read it so softly? At the same time, he was also very angry. Why is Beerus so serious? Isn't it just pretending? As for chasing and biting like a dog? Frisia said in a deep voice, you win, I don't have the energy to fight you now. He had already exhausted 200% of his physical strength just by absorbing the destructive force. Now you can't fight Beerus at all. Beerus nodded, then looked at Whis, come and restore his strength. Frisia. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 94. I have to say, Frisia is really impressed. If he had known Beerus was so difficult to beat, why would he have provoked him? Aside. After hearing what Beerus said, Whis and his companions were also shocked. Recover strength? Vegeta's mouth twitched and he glanced at Frisia with sympathy. Frisia is really going to be in trouble today. Before Whis could speak, Aixi suddenly smiled and said to Beerus, Beerus, how about letting me fight him? To be honest, after watching for so long, he really wanted to do it. Frisia is so tough, he should be able to withstand Super Saiyan 5, right? Beerus was stunned and looked at Aixi in surprise. You want to fight him? Aixi nodded, yes, he just said that if he gave me a chance to perform my form, I could die with my eyes closed. Frisia. Beerus' eyes lit up. This is great. Beerus hesitated for a few seconds and nodded, okay, okay. Isn't it a kind of pleasure to play with others? Beerus still likes watching Aixi fight. Because Aixi has no skills or tactics in fighting, it's all about numerical crushing. The kind that makes the other person unable to take care of himself. Beerus couldn't help but get excited, sure, then you come, I'm tired. The corner of Whis' mouth twitched. How could Beerus look tired? This is totally exciting. Frisia looked at the two men with a gloomy expression. What's going on? Originally, he was quite excited when he heard that Aixi was going to fight, as he didn't have to face Beerus. But seeing how excited Beerus was, he hesitated again. Whis flew over, and after gently flipping and dancing the scepter, it aimed at Frisia. Buzz! In just a moment, Frisia's flesh, internal organs, etc. that were destroyed by the destructive force were all restored, and his weak breath was instantly restored. Frisia clenched his fists, somewhat unbelievable. Here it is, restored. Frisia couldn't help but feel excited. This time, he could really clearly feel the existence of the destructive force. Cool. He, Frisia, also possesses the power of destruction. Beerus and Whis stepped aside, and Aixi slowly flew to Frisia. Looking at Aixi, Frisia's face, Bite's eye, was full of excitement. Gaining the power of destruction and being able to change an opponent? How could there be such a wonderful thing in the world? Frisia stared at Aixi, boy, you really made an unwise choice. Aixi smiled and said nothing. Aside. Colissa narrowed his eyes. He felt that Aixi should not be underestimated. Colissa hesitated for a moment and looked at Frisia, Dad, I will fight with you. Let's fight together. Frisia frowned and looked at Colissa with dissatisfaction, what are you talking about? 2 against 1 is nothing. Don't worry about me. I'm going to make Saiyan face reality today. Colissa, hearing his father's words, Colissa was helpless. After taking a look, he walked away and watched the battle. Frisia stared at Aixi, come on, I will allow you to transform into your strongest form. Aixi looked calm, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes slightly. The breath is restrained, the power of God is put away, and the normal energy gushes out. Aixi opened his eyes, his gaze fixed, he clenched his fists fiercely, veins popping out on his forehead. Hey 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 hey. A series of low roars came from his throat. Suddenly, Aixi's aura surged in an extremely exaggerated manner. In just one breath, the aura spread throughout the entire 7th universe. Boom! The ground beneath Aixi's feet couldn't bear this horrible aura, and cracked beyond recognition. At Aixi's feet, a layer of silver-white flame spread out like ripples, spreading in all directions. The breath swept in like a strong wind, and everyone's expression changed. Frisia's eyes focused, what a strong spirit! Aixi's chi was still rising, and with ease, the level of the ravine was crossed, and it hadn't stopped yet, it was still surging. A silver jet of flame suddenly rose from Aixi's body, shooting straight into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Aixi's body was enveloped by a silver-white light, as dazzling as the sunday. Buzz! As the light faded, a completely different figure stood in the same place. Aixi directly skipped the series of transformations from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 4 and went straight to Super Saiyan 5. At this moment, Aixi stood upright, his body was covered with silver hair, his muscles were strong and angular, giving people an amazing sense of power. Aixi's hair turned silver white, standing up in disorder until it reached her waist. Her pupils also turned silver-white, looking fierce and sacred. AIXI took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. She clenched her fists, and a surge of power came over her. AIXI's eyes lit up with joy. So great! The tremendous energy surging throughout the body is amazing. Super 5? So strong! AIXI felt that her combat power had reached positive level in one step. Do you like the digital combat power? If not, I will change it. And this is obviously the work of the ancient bloodline. Ordinary Super 5 is obviously not that strong. Call out! At this moment, AIXI's aura gushed out in all directions, extremely terrifying. Frisia raised his hands to resist the strong wind with difficulty, looking at AIXI with shock on his face. How is it possible? Frisia's face was ugly. In front of this energy, he was like an ant. At this moment, Frisia was already sad. The other side. Snap! Whiss's protective barrier suddenly shattered, turning into pieces and dissipating. A terrifying gale swept over, and everyone was startled. Resist immediately. Whis narrowed his eyes and stared at AIXI, a little incredulous. Angel level. Beerus was shocked. After hearing what Whis said, he looked at Whis suddenly. What? Angel level? Whis's eyes narrowed. Yes. Son Goku and the others were also startled and quickly looked towards Whis. Angel level. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Chapter 95. Everyone was shocked. What did they hear? Angel level? Whis nodded slightly, with a somewhat uncertain tone. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be DAF. Beerus took a deep breath and asked again and again, Whis, are you sure you are not kidding? Whis nodded slightly, no kidding, AIXI should be entering the angel level. No kidding. This is a bit outrageous. Beerus stared at AIXI with a serious look in his eyes. This guy is really a pervert. As if thinking of something, Whis suddenly said, by the way, didn't I ask sister last time? Beerus was stunned. What? Whis stared at AIXI, eyes narrowed. Sister said his bloodline is the ancient bloodline. Ancient bloodline. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Beerus pondered. He had never heard of it before. But the word Teiku must be very old? Son Goku asked in confusion, Whis, what is the ancient bloodline? It's the bloodline of your Scion people from the earliest times. Whis' eyes were solemn. To be honest, I don't know much about the history of that period. I was born after the ancient times. I heard that period was Scion's peak period. So, do you understand? The ancient times, Scion's peak period. And AIXI is the ancient bloodline. As soon as these words came out, even a pig would understand. Vegeta frowned and stared at AIXI, no wonder he is so terrifying, every form feels stronger than us. So there is such a bloodline. It's hard not to be strong. Whis nodded, that's true, bloodline is a difficult factor. But AIXI's strength is not only reflected in this. The other side. Supreme Kai World. I don't know how many times it has happened. Anyway, Supreme Kai Xian felt his face was numb, he was in a state of shock. This time, he was obviously shocked, and not just a normal shock. Supreme Kai Xian suddenly turned his head to look at the old Supreme Kai, and said excitedly, my lord, this time I bet that AIXI is 100% stronger than Frisia. Jebit also nodded repeatedly. Isn't this true? The old Supreme Kai rolled his eyes at the two of them and snorted coldly, don't bother telling me, do I have no brains or eyes and can't judge? Or do you think I'm getting senile? Don't bring up something so obvious, it's embarrassing. Two people, old Supreme Kai retracted his gaze and fixed his eyes on AIXI in the crystal ball. Old Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, Super 5. It is indeed a new dimension. Here you can truly experience its power. If AIXI hadn't intentionally controlled her aura, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single intact place in the universe. Back to AIXI. AIXI's aura was surrounded by silver-white lightning, which made a crackling sound, and the entire space was shaking. Every frown, smile, and gesture seemed to cause time and space to vibrate. AIXI restrained herself slightly, and then became harmless. From a distance, she was no longer as scary as before. Opposite. Frisia was stunned. Completely confused. He didn't expect. AIXI is really capable, and the rumors are not false. He really has invincible strength. Truly invincible. At least Frisia still had the will to resist in front of Beerus, but in the face of this anger, he didn't even have the will to run away. After shaking her head to sober herself up, Lisa stared at AIXI, what form are you in? Super Saiyan? Stop kidding. Which Saiyan is so strong? AIXI smiled, Super 5. Frisia's pupils shrank slightly, Super 5. No wonder, Frisia looked unhappy. He was really unlucky today. AIXI said calmly, come on. I allow you to go first, I want to see how you can make me face reality. Frisia was silent, his face gloomy and ugly. Not a single movement. AIXI raised her eyebrows, if you don't do it, I will do it. Frisia's face changed drastically, and he quickly looked at AIXI, wait. AIXI asked, what's wrong? Frisia said in a deep voice, this is not fair. AIXI wondered, what's unfair about this? Frisia looked unhappy, it's just not fair. Who would use all their strength right from the start? AIXI suddenly realized, and then said seriously, isn't this respecting you? Frisia stared at AIXI, are you pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? AIXI smiled and said, it's okay to pretend to be a pig and eat feed, but you're also a tiger, feed. Frisia's face darkened, anger welled up in his heart, but he didn't dare to vent. AIXI said calmly, come on. After hearing these words, Frisia knew that there was no way to escape today. On it. Frisia's eyes were fierce, his fists clenched suddenly, veins popped out on his forehead. With a boom, his figure disappeared from the spot. The ground beneath my feet has been cracked beyond recognition due to this terrifying energy. The next breath. Whoosh. Frisia suddenly appeared in front of AIXI, so fast that time and space exploded, and the air exploded. Frisia's hand was filled with black and gold energy, and he suddenly punched AIXI in the face with such force that the planet was shaking. Frisia did not hold back at all in this punch, all his peak fighting power was gathered here, the force was astonishing with overwhelming power. I am determined to defeat the person in front of me. Facing this punch, AIXI's expression remained unchanged and her eyes were calm. Not moving at all. Let the opponent's fist hit. Frisia's eyes are fierce. Arrogant. It's no use if he just doesn't believe it. The next breath. Bang. The fist suddenly hit AIXI's face, but there was no movement. His shocking full-strength attack didn't even break AIXI's defense. Before it even touched her face, it was blocked by an invisible force and couldn't move forward at all. Frisia's pupils trembled, how, is this possible? Are you kidding? This scene. So everyone saw it. Everyone was dumbfounded and completely confused. Is this true or false? Not a single move. Frisia's unparalleled punch was blocked so easily. Everyone couldn't believe it. Just at this moment, AIXI moved, and threw a calm punch, hitting Frisia's face directly. The speed was not fast, and from a distance it looked like an ordinary person's punch. But Frisia's expression suddenly changed. Frisia's eyes were filled with fear. He seemed to see his grandmother waving at him. A huge bead of sweat appeared on Frisia's face. He wanted to run away, but his feet felt like they were filled with lead and he couldn't move. Bang! The fist landed accurately on Frisia's face. In an instant, Frisia's face was sunken, as if he had hit a piece of cotton. Next second. Boom! Frisia's body shot backwards like an anti-aircraft gun. After crashing into dozens of mountains, it flew backwards for hundreds of kilometers, before finally stopping. Colus's face changed drastically and he flew over quickly. Dead. At this moment, Frisia's pupils turned white, he had been beaten back to normal, his breath dropped to freezing point, and his bones were almost completely broken. Original place. Host defeated Frisia, AMOC's progress increased by 8%. AIXI's expression remained unchanged, it seems that the rewards for flash sales are really low. AIXI returns to normal. The strength of Super 5 is truly astonishing. In this era, it is invincible. The other side. Beerus and the others were completely confused. Deuterium. Seconds. I don't know who gasped and exclaimed. Beerus moved his dry lips and stared at AIXI, no doubt, it's angel level. Only angel level can achieve this. Son Goku didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked at AIXI and said thoughtfully, every time I have the idea of catching up, AIXI will come up with a brand new system that makes people envious. Vegeta didn't say anything, his face looked grim. Really? It seems like AIXI has too many forms to use. First is the self-intention skill. And now the Super 5, which one of them is not fighting for with all their might. As a result, AIXI was like free, and after using one up, I squeezed out another one. Whis was also silent. I always feel that AIXI can catch up with him in a short time. Whis' body trembled. Impossible? This kind of thing. Just as everyone was immersed in shock, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky, boom. Everyone looked over immediately after hearing the sound. AIXI also looked sideways. A voice came, hello everyone on Earth. Then, a figure slowly walked out from it, P.S., there are still billions. Chapter 96. A man slowly walked out from it. He was a burly man wearing a black martial arts uniform and a mask, with a deep aura and murderous intent. Everyone frowned. Who is this? AIXI couldn't help but look over. New face. AIXI narrowed her eyes slightly. With this body type and figure, if nothing unexpected happens, it is very likely that the person under the mask is Son Goku. However, the voice sounded a little hoarse, making it difficult to recognize. Son Goku stepped forward, hey, who are you? The masked man chuckled, who am I? Then he shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. I have no identity anymore. The masked man did not answer, but looked at everyone. His gaze lingered on AIXI for a moment. The masked man retracted his gaze and said slowly, you will know soon. The strange world line will disappear soon, and you will die too. The words fell. Boom. His breath suddenly gushed out, and the monstrous arrogance gushed out, pressing towards everyone. Everyone was shocked. AIXI narrowed her eyes, this breath. The masked man smiled and demonstrated his strength just to see the frightened expressions on everyone's faces. His goal was achieved. His figure suddenly turned into a ball of black flame and disappeared into the space and time behind him. The rift in time and space suddenly closed. Everyone looked confused. What is going on? AIXI didn't say anything, his brows were slightly wrinkled, he was also a little confused. Beerus looked at Whis and said solemnly, Whis, do you see anything? Whis stared at the place where the masked man had just left without saying anything. A long time. Whis frowned slightly, too little information, it's hard to. However, what the other party said was very interesting. Weird world line? What's the meaning? Vegeta frowned, I'm confused. I don't understand what you mean at all. Son Goku said in a deep voice, I don't know why, I feel a little uncomfortable. Vegeta looked at Son Goku, confused, what do you mean, Kakarot? Son Gohan and others also looked over quickly. Son Goku said, I feel like I'm going to die. Like dying. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned and hurried to Son Goku. Beerus also said in a deep voice, it turns out that you are not the only one who feels this way. Vegeta looked at Beerus and exclaimed, you have it too. Beerus nodded, his face gloomy, that guy has too much murderous intent, he will definitely be covered in human and divine blood. The words fell. Everyone looked shocked. God's blood. What is the concept? Killing God? Son Goku and the others looked heavy-hearted, like deep water, their expressions were unrecognizable. This sudden appearance of the man filled everyone with panic. Call out. At this time, a figure slowly fell down. OXI. Seeing AIXI coming over, Son Goku's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, AIXI, did you see anything? Everyone looked up quickly and stared at AIXI. AIXI shook her head, no. Son Goku's face darkened, is that so? AIXI looked at everyone, shook her head and smiled, don't panic, are you scared before the fight even starts? Son Gohan looked at AIXI, but master, we don't know each other's background, but he seems to know us very well. Vegeta said nothing, but just nodded slightly. Really? It's not that they are afraid of death, but this feeling of the unknown makes people feel a little uncomfortable. AIXI looked in the direction the masked man left and said calmly, stop making trouble. I'm going to meet him at Jinjin. Ah. Everyone was stunned and looked at AIXI in confusion. Will you? The other party disappeared. Vegeta looked doubtful. AIXI, are you confused? AIXI smiled and didn't act as an interpreter. As someone who possesses the Chrono template, his mastery of time and space has reached the pinnacle. The guy just now left without any precautions. He didn't even erase the time route he took when he came. He just left so carefree. AIXI didn't need to guess why the other party dared to do this. Isn't it because you think that no one here can master the power of time and space, and you can't find him? That's totally wrong. AIXI can now follow him, directly to his hometown. Beerus stared at AIXI. AIXI, I believe you. AIXI. AIXI looked at Beerus. Beerus said in a deep voice, the difficult task of investigating his identity, is now left to you. AIXI understood instantly and rolled her eyes. Beerus, why are you afraid of death? Beerus laughed, what are you talking about? I was just trying to be fully prepared. After all, this is a matter of life and death for the 7th universe. Whis smiled and said, Lord Beerus, you are exaggerating. Even if you die, won't there still be Supreme Kai to maintain order? Supreme Kai? Beerus snorted, how can you be sure he won't kill Supreme Kai? That guy has such a strong murderous intent. I don't believe it at all if his hands don't have the blood of gods of destruction or Supreme Kai. We must be fully prepared. After saying, Beerus looked at Son Goku and his group, and said in a serious tone, let's go back to the gods of destruction world, speed up your training. Son Goku and the others nodded quickly. Beerus thought of something, looked at AIXI again, and smiled, AIXI, I understand why Goku and other brats are always so motivated. This feeling of having a strong enemy is really inspiring. I want to restore Wuhan too. Restore martial arts? Whis was startled and looked at Beerus. Lord Beerus, are you irritated? Beerus snorted coldly, Whis, stop talking nonsense. Can I learn something more advanced? In one sentence. Whis smiled and said, of course, it's a good thing for Lord Beerus to have a goal. Beerus raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at AIXI, then, I'll go first. AIXI nodded. Just as Whis was about to take off, ding dong. The black ball above the scepter suddenly turned into a striking red warning. Grand Priest is calling, Grand Priest is calling. Important things should be said 3 times. Then, the scepter slowly fell silent. Well. Everyone was stunned. Grand Priest. Beerus's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Whis. Whis, answer it. Whis nodded and quickly answered the call. 1 inch. In an instant, a curtain of light slowly appeared in front of everyone. In the center of the curtain of light, a man with a dignified face was reflected. Grand Priest. Beerus quickly bowed 90 degrees, Whis bowed slightly and looked at the Grand Priest. Grand Priest, what can I do for you? Whis didn't call his father directly. He was clear about it, but he used his title when he was working. Grand Priest glanced at everyone, his eyes deep, indeed, something has happened. But, did you just have someone who went against time and space? AIXI glanced at the Grand Priest. Needless to say, the other party already knows what's going on here. Whis nodded slightly, yes. Grand Priest nodded slightly and continued, well, I understand. Grand Priest did not mention what happened just now, but slowly looked at AIXI and smiled, Mr. AIXI, Lord Chuan asked you to come to the palace. Zeno Palace? Beerus was surprised. Looking for AIXI? AIXI was also stunned, Zeno is looking for me. What's the matter? Grand Priest smiled and said, you will know when you come. AIXI was helpless, I know. Grand Priest smiled, Whis will tell you the coordinates, you come alone. AIXI nodded. Grand Priest nodded, then looked at everyone, well, everyone, goodbye. 1 inch. The light curtain closed. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Beerus looked at AIXI and said in a serious tone, AIXI, they won't let Whis and I go with you, you have to be careful and don't talk nonsense. AIXI nodded, I know. After Beerus gave repeated instructions, he said, we'll leave first. Call out. Afterwards, Beerus, Son Goku and the others turned into a ball of colorful light and disappeared from the spot, shooting straight into the sea of stars. Original place. The remaining Piccolo and others looked at each other, talked for a while and then left. AIXI was alone and silent. He has more things to do. AIXI looked in the direction of Frisia, moved, and disappeared on the spot. The other side. After Colossus shook him, Frisia finally woke up. Frisia spat out a mouthful of blood, supported himself on the ground, looked grim, and spoke slowly. What happened just now? Colossus quickly stepped forward to support Frisia, and said solemnly, Dad, you were just killed by AIXI. Killed instantly? Frisia shook his aching head, and the scene just now appeared in his mind. Frisia's face was extremely solemn. I remember now. AIXI, this guy is really scary. Definitely don't provoke. Frisia was already a little scared. Call out. A figure slowly fell down. Hey, you're awake. AIXI looked at Frisia and raised an eyebrow. This guy is so fleshy. All your bones were broken just now, but you can still move now? When Frisia saw the person coming, his expression suddenly changed. His body instinctively wanted to retreat, but as soon as he tried to get up, 7 piercing pains made him unable to move. Hateful. Colossus' expression changed, and he quickly stood in front of Frisia, staring at AIXI, Don't hurt my father, come to me if you have any problem. OXI, it makes him look like a villain. AIXI ignored Colossus and looked at Frisia, Frisia, are you convinced? Frisia looked unhappy and said nothing. AIXI raised an eyebrow, not convinced. Frisia's face changed, veins popped out, and he took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty, I'm convinced. What else can I do if I don't accept it? Another beating? Impossible. Although Frisia is muscular, he has no masochistic tendencies. AIXI smiled and said, If that's the case, will you dare to come to Earth to show off in the future? Frisia said gloomily, I don't dare. AIXI continued, Since 0.2 is like this, can you help me with something? Frisia was stunned. Is there anything else he needs help with? Frisia was confused, what is it? Let me tell you first, I can't help you fight. AIXI shook her head, We're not fighting, I just want you to help me keep an eye on the 7th universe. If anything happens within the 7th universe, you just need to tell me as soon as possible. Frisia was puzzled, why? AIXI said calmly, You don't need to know, just do it. Frisia said in a deep voice, I know. AIXI nodded without any suspicion. Although Frisia is cunning, he is not reliable. Helping Beerus destroy the planet shows that he is indeed a loyal brother. As for why he dared to provoke Beerus just now, it's simple, he just became arrogant after gaining some strength. I think there is no need to continue to rely on Beerus. But now, since he was crushing him, Frisia would never dare to have any other thoughts. Okay, let's go. AIXI waved, signaling Frisia and others to leave. Frisia nodded, looked at Colossus and King Cold beside him, and said in a deep voice, Let's go. The two nodded quickly. Just at this moment, King Cold thought of something and quickly said, I'll go find Cooler. I almost forgot that Cooler is still lying down. Then, Frisia and his companions slowly left the Earth on the mothership. As for the other daughter ships, they all remained on Earth. Chapter 97. Original place. AIXI's figure also slowly disappeared, and she followed the coordinates given by Whis and headed for Zeno Palace. At the same time, the 6th universe. Gods of Destruction World. Kampa withdrew his gaze towards a certain place and breathed a sigh of relief, it's finally over. He had been paying attention to the situation over at Beerus early on. First, a breath as strong as the peak of Gods of Destruction came to them. Then came the breath of Beerus. And finally, the overwhelming breath of AIXI. Kampa was so shocked that he was totally disoriented. Kampa looked at Vados with a serious expression, Vados, what happened with Beerus? How can it be so horrible? Vados pondered, I'm not sure, but there was a fight, first Beerus and then AIXI. Kampa's face was solemn, how come Beerus has so many experts, top gods of destruction, where did they come from? Gods of Destruction Peak, 17, is this something you can achieve if you want it? This is outrageous. Kampa said solemnly, I just don't know if this guy has been subdued by Beerus. If so, we will face another huge challenge in Master Zeno's competition. Vados smiled softly, Master Kampa, there is no point in panicking, we will definitely be at the bottom. Kampa. Kampa glared at Vados and said, "Can you please stop making sarcastic remarks?" Vados shook his head and smiled, "I am just stating the facts. By the way, Master Kampa, you can't win even if you fight in person." Kampa glared at Vados and said, "I don't want to talk to you, just wait for AIXI to come." Kampa ignored Vados and always made him mad. But AIXI is different. AIXI can make Vados very angry. Kampa couldn't help but miss the days when AIXI was here. "Oh, it would be great if AIXI was on my side." Vados didn't say anything, but his beautiful eyes moved slightly. Asterisk. At the same time. Zeno Palace. Swish. AIXI looked at the eye-catching big words above her head and confirmed that she was in the right place before she planned to go in. Just at this moment, a figure walked out slowly. Grand Priest looked at AIXI and smiled, "Mr. AIXI, you are here." AIXI nodded and bowed slightly, "Grand Priest. My current strength is not as good as the Grand Priest, so I should show due respect." Grand Priest smiled and slowly raised his hand, "Come this way." AIXI followed. Along the way, there are towering buildings everywhere, which are extremely magnificent. AIXI couldn't help but look sideways. Grand Priest put his hands behind his back and said nothing. AIXI's eyes moved. There's absolutely no depth to be seen. Not long. The two of them came to the interior of Zeno's palace. Grand Priest smiled slightly, "We are here." AA. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly flew over. Zeno looked at AIXI with a happy smile on his face, "AIXI, you are finally here." AIXI nodded and smiled, "We just met." Then, AIXI asked in confusion, "Master Zeno, what do you want to talk to me about?" Zeno nodded and smiled, "It's nothing. I just want to ask you a favor." AIXI was stunned, eyes narrowed slightly, "What's the matter? Can Zeno let go of himself?" Zeno said sarcastically, "Well, I don't know what to say." At this time, the Grand Priest smiled and said, "Master Zeno, let me explain." Hearing this, Zeno was immediately delighted, "Yes, then let Grand Priest speak." AIXI looked at the Grand Priest, quietly waiting for him to speak. Grand Priest thought for a moment and spoke slowly. "The thing is, hasn't Master Zeno always wanted to hold a competition?" AIXI nodded. "But the competition has not been implemented yet." Grand Priest glanced at AIXI and smiled, "The reason is very simple, because AIXI's strength has surpassed gods of destruction. Taking part in the competition will be a crushing defeat without any suspense. There is no competitiveness at all. But because Master Zeno loves watching you fight, and he has to consider other universes, when it comes to the watchability of the game, Zeno Tianren came up with a calendar." AIXI nodded, "That's true. With my own strength, participating in the power tournament is no different from playing in the baby cup. Master Zeno wanted to bring in more experts, so the competition would be better and more interesting." AIXI wondered, and then Grand Priest smiled and said, "I'll have to leave this to you." AIXI was stunned, "Me?" Grand Priest nodded, "Not long ago, the Supreme Kai of Time reported that countless parallel universes and independent time and space have been changing recently. Some evil people have attempted to destroy other time and space and disrupt the normal order through interference, massacre, etc. Many universes have already been harmed." AIXI narrowed her eyes, "What do you mean?" Grand Priest smiled and said, "Lord Zeno wants you to solve it. This way, not only can the time and space be stabilized, but we can also invite those time and space to participate in the competition." At this time, Zeno said excitedly, "Yes, that's it. A cross-dimensional competition, AIXI, don't you want to see it?" AIXI thought about it and thought, "Not bad. It just so happens that his template needs to fight against the strong." AIXI asked tentatively, "Why don't you ask other people to solve it, such as the gods of destruction?" 2.150 people were stunned. The Grand Priest shook his head and smiled, "Professional things should be done by professionals. Since the duties of the gods of destruction have been clearly planned, they just need to do their job well. Besides, even the gods of destruction can't handle this kind of thing." AIXI thought about it and agreed. How can someone who can interfere with, massacre, and disrupt parallel time and space be a good person? In gods of destruction, only Beerus is good, who else can accomplish anything? AIXI nodded, Can you tell me about those evil beings? Are they a gang or are they acting independently? Grand Priest nodded, gang. AIXI narrowed her eyes. This was serious. Gang crime. AIXI was a little confused, since you know everything, why don't you just kill them all at once? Grand Priest smiled and said, as I said before, professional matters should be handled by professionals. I am only responsible for serving Master Zeno. That's all I have to say. AIXI also understood. No wonder no one cares when Zamasu slaughters Supreme Kai, kills gods of destruction, takes Angel offline, destroys the universe, etc. It's not that I can't manage it, it's that I don't even want to manage it. This is probably why Zamasu was able to do that. AIXI nodded, okay, I'll take this job. Zeno was immediately delighted, really, et. AIXI nodded, yes. They. Chapter 98. It's not his character to sit back and wait for death. He wanted to meet the masked man, so he could take this opportunity to set off. Aside. Zeno thought about it carefully and said slowly, since you agreed, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Zeno looked at the Grand Priest, Grand Priest, you inform Chrono. Tell her that the gods of destruction have been reinstated and she will fully assist AIXI. Gods of destruction. AIXI was stunned, her pupils widened. What's this? The divine office that never stops talking about. Grand Priest nodded gently, I understand, Master Zeno, I will tell her now. The words fell. The Grand Priest raised his hand and a crack suddenly appeared in front of the few people. The other side of the tier is a very strange world, the world between time. Next second. A petite and lovely woman walked over, stood in front of the space-time rift, and her figure came into view. Hey! Chloro tilted her head, her pretty face full of confusion. But when she saw the scene on the other side of the crack, her pretty face was suddenly startled. Master Zeno, because of the priest. Not daring to think too much, she quickly bowed and greeted him. After saying that, she quickly jumped over the crack and got out. Zeno saw Chrono and said with a smile, Chrono, I found a gods of destruction for you this time. Ah! Chrono was startled and looked at Zeno, Master Zeno, is this true? In fact, she no longer had any idea about the gods of destruction. After all, she had been asking for help without receiving a response for a long time. But now, what did she hear? Gods of destruction of time? Zeno nodded and pulled AIXI over, it's him. Chrono quickly turned his gaze to AIXI, and after taking a look at AIXI, his eyes lit up. He is handsome and tall, and judging by his temperament, he must be very strong. Hello. Chrono stretched out a small hand and handed it over. Hello. AIXI held it gently and smiled. Chrono looked at AIXI and asked, well, excuse me, how strong are you? AIXI thought for a moment, Angel beginner level. Chrono's eyes lit up, Angel beginner. Oh shit! What kind of combat power is this? You know, she has been going to parallel universes to recruit subordinates. The strongest one is only gods of destruction Koji, but I have never seen an angel level 1. Chrono looked very happy, then I will be your supreme Kai of time from now on. I will fully assist you. AIXI nodded and smiled, okay. You can see it. The little lowly in front of me is really happy. Aside. Grand Priest smiled slightly, the gods of destruction of time has been vacant for a long time due to the special nature of the position. Since AIXI has taken over, then I have to mention a few points. AIXI looked towards the Grand Priest. Grand Priest continued, the gods of destruction of time is different from the regular gods of destruction. This priesthood is full of dangers. You may face life and death at any time. You need to strengthen your strength at any time. But the treatment will also be very high. You can practice all the abilities of the God realm, such as the power of angels. And during your patrol, the angels or gods of destruction of the current universe need to cooperate. Hearing this, AIXI understood. To put it bluntly, high risk, high reward. Zeno smiled and said, by the way, you don't have to worry about the rule about sharing the same fate with King Kai. The gods of destruction of time is in a special position, so that rule has been abolished. AIXI nodded, this is the best. AIXI continued, since it is gods of destruction, it should be equipped with angel, right? Angel. This is an issue that he is concerned about. What is gods of destruction without angel? Hear AIXI's question. Zeno and Grand Priest were also slightly stunned. Grand Priest shook his head slightly. The gods of destruction have never been equipped with angels. Not equipped? AIXI was puzzled, then how did he increase his strength? How can I become stronger without angels' guidance? Grand Priest smiled and said, all along, the gods of destruction have been taught by Grand Priest himself. Grand Priest. Oh shit. AIXI looked towards Grand Priest and her eyes lit up. It's not impossible, right? The teachings of the Grand Priest are indeed very beneficial to people. However, AIXI saw the Grand Priest shaking his head, but it's no longer possible now. I have abolished this rule. Abolish. AIXI's mouth twitched slightly as she looked at Grand Priest. How come I didn't see that you like to be lazy too, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes? He reasonably suspected that the reason why Grand Priest was abolished was because they were too lazy to teach. Grand Priest didn't care about AIXI's look and said with a smile, if you want, you can mobilize a few angels in the 12 universes to follow you. AIXI asked, what about their original gods of destruction? Grand Priest said, just do it at the same time, so that neither of them will be delayed. What a good way to not delay both. AIXI didn't say anything, but nodded slightly, I know, come on. That's all I have to say. Zeno nodded, then I'll come. After saying this, an invisible breath of rules suddenly burst out from Zeno's hand. In just one breath, all matter was weighed down. Zeno pointed his palm at AIXI and waved slightly. Call out. Instantly, a sacred energy descended from the sky and enveloped the Moxa plaque. The priesthood of the gods of destruction of time. AIXI slowly closed his eyes, he felt that his life level had been sublimated. The mastery of divine power has become more perfect. Then, a stamp appeared on AIXI's clothes, she. This represents the priesthood. Zeno smiled and said, AIXI, do you want the costumes of the gods of destruction? AIXI shook her head, no need. He still likes his black and white combination. Zeno didn't say anything more and just nodded. Grand Priest looked at AIXI and said slowly, in this case, you can now practice your exclusive divine power, the power of time and space. And high-level destructive power. AIXI nodded. He could feel that a bud had sprouted in his body. It was the bud of these divine powers. In this way, his power of time and space, the power of destruction, etc. would also become stronger over time. Zeno said happily, AIXI, you can now freely travel to other universes or parallel time and space, it will not violate the rules. AIXI nodded, I understand. Next, Grand Priest explained some important things, and then said with a smile, okay, AIXI, you can go back now. AIXI nodded slightly. Aside. Zeno said slowly, AIXI, goodbye, goodbye. AIXI smiled, moved, and was about to disappear. Hey, wait for me. Chrono cried out in shock and tried to catch AIXI, but he only caught a shadow. Chrono. Chrono looked at Zeno and Grand Priest, bowed slightly and said, well, Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, I will sue you first. The two nodded. Chrono then moved and disappeared on the spot. The sixth universe. Gods of Destruction World. AIXI's figure slowly emerged. He was not in a hurry to go home, but instead made a trip to the sixth universe. The Grand Priest actually said that he could bind several angels, so he would not hesitate. Kampa, who was being taught by Vados along with King Sarada, seemed to have noticed something and turned back quickly. First, he looked at the person clearly. Kampa's eyes lit up, AIXI. AIXI smiled and said, long time no see. Call out. Vados also hurried over and was about to say hello, but he keenly sensed something was wrong. Vados's pretty face froze, AIXI, how can you have such pure divine power? AIXI smiled and pointed to the seal on her chest. Bye. Both of them were stunned. What's this? The next second, Vados narrowed his eyes slightly, gods of destruction. AIXI smiled, how clever. Vados's pretty face was solemn, AIXI, do you know what this position means? Vados did not bless immediately, but looked serious. AIXI nodded, I know. Vados shook his head helplessly, this is a priesthood with a mortality rate of over 90%, otherwise why do you think it has been vacant for so long? AIXI smiled, Don't worry, I know. That's all I have to say. Vados didn't know what to say, but just looked at AIXI worriedly. AIXI looked at Vados and couldn't help but feel touched. He looked so cute. AIXI couldn't help but put Vados' head on again. Don't worry, I'm sure. Vados blushed and tried to suppress the itch on his head. Her pretty face came closer, and her tone was cold. Why did you suddenly become the gods of destruction without telling me that you wanted me? Which one? Vados gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Stop using such jargon, you liar, fraud. Obviously blaming him for not taking what he said last time seriously, Zhao Zhao. AIXI smiled and said, don't get excited. What do you think I came here for? Vados was stunned and asked in confusion, what else? AIXI coughed twice, of course it is bound to Angel. Why? Vados looked skeptical, I've never heard of the gods of destruction being equipped with angels. AIXI smiled and said, your father just changed it. Daddy? Vados was surprised, Grand Priest. AIXI nodded, yes. Vados hesitated for a moment and glanced at Kampa, what about Master Kampa? Aside. Kampa listened for a while and finally understood. Kampa looked at AIXI with admiration, AIXI, you are awesome. You dare to be the gods of destruction, I really admire you. Gods of destruction? To be honest, once you have established your authority, your position is no less prestigious than that of a Grand Priest, because there is no shortcut to this position except to keep fighting. Status is earned entirely with my own hands. Kampa stared at the two of them, so AIXI, you mean to ask Vados to assist you? AIXI nodded, yes. Kampa's eyes lit up slightly, I agree, I have no objection to your deployment. He also couldn't stand Vados's sharp tongue. Just a perfect match with AIXI. P.S. A&D. Chapter 99. Kampa has no objection to the binding of Vados and AIXI. It just so happens that he is very troubled by Vados's sharp tongue, so let AIXI worry about it. Then. Vados raised his hand slightly, and an invisible angel force appeared in his palm. Vados looked at AIXI, hold on, Buzz. AIXI quickly raised his hand, and the next moment, there was a ray of warmth in the center of his palm. This is? AIXI showed confusion on his face. Before he could ask, he saw that the angel's power had already merged into his body. Aside. Kampa was shocked, Vados, why did you give him the source of angel? The origin of angel? AIXI looked at Kampa, what is this? Kampa didn't answer, but looked at AIXI with a complicated expression, AIXI, do you know why the death of gods of destruction did not cause Song to go offline instead of dying in 10 weeks? AIXI asked, why? Kampa said slowly, because it was a verbal contract, and what you did is equivalent to Vados giving you his heart. AIXI's expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned to Vados. Vados smiled and said, I'm very optimistic about you. Don't let me down. AIXI said in a deep voice, I know. Vados stepped forward and touched AIXI's head, don't be so sad, just feel what you have added. What's extra? AIXI was puzzled, and then slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, AIXI's eyes lit up and she quickly looked at Vados. He could feel that there was a little more angel's aura in his body. Now, not only could he use a little bit of Vados' angel power, but he could also teleport or summon Vados anytime and anywhere. And the most important point, if he dies, Vados will die too. Not offline. Knowing that you are in the most dangerous position, you still tied yourself to it. AIXI was silent. Although Vados might have been optimistic about him and wanted to invest in him, this move was worth remembering. 667 After a while, AIXI looked up at Vados and said seriously, I will definitely not let you down. Vados nodded, I believe you. AIXI smiled and said, I'm going to leave for a while. Vados was puzzled, leave? Where to? AIXI explained the masked man she met on Earth and asked Vados what the world line of the strange fruit meant, and Kampa and Vados were completely shocked. Kampa was shocked, AIXI, are you kidding me? AIXI shook her head, no. Vados frowned and said in a cold tone, AIXI, if the masked man really has that ability, then he should not be underestimated. As for the weird world line he mentioned, I don't quite understand it. AIXI frowned, you don't understand either. He also counted on Vados to know something. Vados said slowly, I just don't understand what he means. There are indeed many world lines, but there is no such thing as normal or abnormal. I think the weirdness he mentioned is probably because it is beyond his cognitive scope. Maybe he saw something that didn't match his expectations? That's why he felt it was weird. AIXI nodded slightly. If we use Vados's reasoning, it does make sense. Why did the masked man say that the world he lives in is a weird world line? It is very likely because the other parallel time and space he has seen do not have so many perverts. Judging from the murderous intent in him, that guy is definitely a person who has been destroying parallel time and space and disrupting order for many years. AIXI thought of Zamasu and narrowed her eyes. That guy, could it be Zamasu? Vados looked at AIXI, thought for a moment and said, AIXI, if you are worried, you can go with me to ask my sister. I think she should know about these things. AIXI was puzzled. Sister. Vados smiled and said, Sister KS. 544, AIXI suddenly realized, and a lovely figure emerged in her mind. Kes, the eldest daughter of the angel family, the oldest and most mysterious angel. While AIXI was thinking, Kampa's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, AIXI, you just became the gods of destruction, you can definitely go and visit those guys 10 times. AIXI looked at Kampa, visiting. Kampa nodded, yes, you probably don't know? The gods of destruction of time should be the leader above all the gods of destruction of the universe. Even Angel has to give way and respectfully address him as the gods of destruction of time. AIXI was slightly surprised. It's okay for gods of destruction, but Angel also gave way? Vados saw AIXI's surprise, smiled and said, this is because the gods of destruction usually don't appear. But if they do, it will definitely be a matter of life and death for the universe. And if gods of destruction wants to stay alive, Angel won't want to go offline. So, the importance of the gods of destruction is highlighted here. AIXI suddenly realized and nodded. I guess I understand. AIXI looked at Vados and said, then go and sneak through the door. Vados nodded, and Kampa's mouth curled up slightly. He had already thought of the panicked expressions of the gods of destruction. Just as AIXI and Vados were getting ready to set off. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the space and time beside him, and then a petite figure walked out. Chrono. The three of them looked over together. Chrono looked around and finally stopped his gaze on AIXI. He pursed his lips and said, why didn't you wait for me? It took me so long to find it. AIXI looked at Chrono, a little embarrassed, I forgot. Chrono's pretty face darkened, is my presence so low? AIXI shook her head, no, I'm actually busy. Chrono was helpless, okay. There is only one gods of destruction, she must cherish it. An aside. Kampa and Vados were also slightly surprised. Kampa exclaimed, Time Supreme Kai. Vados stared at Chrono, his eyes narrowed, looking back and forth between AIXI and her. Chrono also turned around quickly, hello, Angel and Destruction from the 6th universe. The two nodded, hello. The Supreme Kai of time is different from the regular Supreme Kai. She doesn't need to care about the gods of destruction and Angel at all. She has only one boss, and that is Zeno. So Chrono just said hello and continued looking at AIXI. AIXI repeated what had just happened, and after Chrono heard it, he suddenly understood. Chrono looked angry, it's him again. AIXI looked at Chrono and asked in surprise, do you know him? Chrono gritted his teeth and trembled with anger, I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. That guy keeps traveling through parallel time and space, hunting Son Goku or gods. He has already destroyed hundreds of time and space. Kampa exclaimed, hundreds. Are you kidding me? AIXI couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hundreds? What concept? That would disrupt the universe. Vados narrowed his eyes, it's very dangerous. Chrono nodded and said angrily, yes, I don't know where he came from, he is extremely powerful and can run. Even the Time Patrol can't catch him. AIXI looked at Chrono, Time Patrol. It was established so quickly? Chrono nodded and said slowly, that is a team I formed spontaneously. There are many strong people in it. Among them, Son Goku and Vegeta are my capable men. As he spoke, Chrono's eyes gradually dimmed, and he said in a deep voice, but not long ago, I finally recruited a warrior, Son Gohan, but unfortunately, he was killed by that hateful masked man during a mission. AIXI narrowed her eyes, kill him. Chrono said in a deep voice, yes, just kill him. By the time Son Goku and the others arrived, it was already. Chrono didn't say anything, and the atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Kampa and Vados were also a little stunned, and their eyes were filled with shock. Son Gohan, they were no strangers, he was AID's apprentice. Unexpectedly. AIXI didn't say anything. Chrono looked sad, it's painful to talk about it. If I had known, I wouldn't have recruited him. He was miserable. In that time and space, all his relatives died, and he was the only one left. In the end, he was able to rise up alone, and practiced all the way to become so strong. He could have lived, but he died because he joined the Time Patrol. The three of them didn't speak and remained silent. Chrono said in a deep voice, that's why I have been asking for help from Master Zeno. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and I finally got you. Chrono looked at AIXI seriously. AIXI nodded slightly, her expression calm, I understand. Aside. Kampa shuddered all over and looked at AIXI in fear. What happened? Kampa thought of something, looked at Chrono, and said in a deep voice, I want to ask one thing. Chrono looked at Kampa, you say. Kampa said solemnly, how did he kill the gods? Did he kill all the gods of destruction from the 12 universes? If all the gods of destruction from the 12 universes were killed, Kampa would not dare to think about it. Killing him is fine, but can you kill a peak existence like Beerus? What concept? It's too dangerous. Chrono thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure, but according to what Son Goku and the others said, there was a time when all the kings of the universe, Supreme Kai and gods of destruction in a certain space-time were killed without a single one being spared. And all angels are offline. What the hell? Kampa's face changed drastically, and his lips trembled, what? All killed. Kampa's face turned pale. Are you kidding me? Chrono said solemnly, no, it is true. That abominable guy is hunting for the purpose of killing, and he is not just one person, but a team. Kampa's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Such a terrifying guy, and there is more than one. Chrono nodded, yes. Kampa looked pale, as if he had thought of something, and asked quickly, such a terrible thing happened, didn't the Grand Priest show up? Chrono shook his head, no. Kampa looked unhappy, why? Chrono remained silent. She didn't know either. If Grand Priest took action, would it be so chaotic? All suppressed with a flip of the hand. AIXI didn't say anything. When they were in Zeno Palace, Grand Priest had said, professional counterparts. What kind of job do you do? But AIXI thought all this was just nonsense. AIXI suspected that Grand Priest didn't attack simply because he didn't hit him on the head. The death of Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction is nothing to do with him. His angel is just offline, won't he be online again when the next Gods of Destruction appears? Therefore, the appearance of the Gods of Destruction of Time is crucial. FO. Chapter 100. AIXI looked at Vados and said calmly, let's go and meet your sister. Vados nodded slightly. Aside. Chrono said quickly, I want to go too. AIXI thought about it and said, okay. Just treat it as a way to get familiar with the relationship. Swish. The three disappeared on the spot, leaving Kampa alone, silent. At this time, King Sarada came over, Kampa, it looks like the situation is serious. Kampa's face was gloomy, we don't know when it will come, we must be fully prepared. King Sarada nodded and sighed, AIXI is really scary. It has only been a short time, and he has already obtained the position of a god. Kampa snorted coldly, I don't even want this kind of priesthood. Who dares to do this? A life-threatening profession. Died accidentally. King Sarada smiled and said, but AIXI dares. Kampa nodded, indeed, only AIXI has the courage to do this. Kampa looked at the other contestants and said, practice harder. We should not only prepare for the competition, but also for the future. Since the masked man has already said this on Earth, it proves that our world will never be peaceful. Kampa said in a deep voice, I don't want to die for no reason. King Sarada's eyes narrowed, well, I understand. At the same time. The 10th universe. Gods of Destruction World. Swish. Several figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Rumsshi, who was resting in a rocking chair, was stunned, then looked over suddenly. Who? Kessie was watering the flowers. When she noticed something was wrong, she put down the shower head and turned her eyes to the direction where Rumsshi was looking. The people who came were Aixi and others. Klin opened his lips slightly, his pretty face puzzled. Hey! Kes glanced at the three of them. Vados, Krino, and a stranger. Kessie narrowed her eyes and looked at Aixi. And Aixi was also looking at the two of them. Rumsshi, a goddess of destruction with a human body and an elephant head, Kiss, a petite and cute messenger. Vados smiled softly, sister. Kes took a step forward, a little confused, why are you here? And Krino too, and most importantly, who is he? Kessie looked at Aixi. She was well informed and could tell at a glance that Aixi had special powers and the time, on her chest. Gods of destruction. Aside. Rumsshi also saw who was coming and quickly came over to say hello. Although he is the gods of destruction, he is invincible. But none of the people in front of me are simple. Aixi looked at Ksi and smiled, I am Aixi. Kes nodded slightly, hello, I'm Angel Kes. On the side, Rumsshi stared at Aixi, what a strange divine power. Vados looked at Kessie and said with a smile, sister, Aixi is the newest gods of destruction. Kes pondered, is that really the case? How come I've never heard of it? Krino smiled and said, this was just given by Master Zeno. Kes suddenly realized, no wonder. After hearing what they said, Rumshi's face changed and he stared at Ain. Can a human being reach this level? He did not greet Aixi immediately, because he felt that it would not be a big deal for a human being to become the gods of destruction. Moreover, there has been no gods of destruction for so many years, and the other party probably doesn't know that I need to greet him. Simply. Rumshi said nothing more. Aixi saw it but ignored him. Since he ignored her, Aixi would not pay attention to him either. Just don't ask anything of yourself in the future. Kessie saw that Rumshi didn't want to step forward and salute, so she could only smile and say, Lord Gods of Destruction. Aixi smiled, you don't have to be so polite. Kes nodded slightly, a little puzzled, what are you doing here? Vados stepped forward and stated the purpose of his visit. Sister, I want to ask you a question. Do you know some evil people who travel in parallel time and space for many years and often hunt people or gods? They usually like to mess up other people's universes. Kessie narrowed her eyes slightly, you mean, the demon world? Demon world? The three of them were stunned. Aixi frowned. Demon world? Is this the demon world he imagined? Kes nodded slightly, even if it's the demon realm, only people from the demon realm can do such a thing. Krino frowned, demon world. She is naturally familiar with it, and can even be said to be sensitive. She is very familiar with the demon world. Krino was puzzled, wasn't Mecha Capra sealed into the crack of time a few years ago? Kes smiled and said, who knows? Maybe he was rescued by someone. Rescued? Krino remained silent. Thinking about the recent events, she looked serious, indeed, it is possible. Mech Capra. Thinking of this terrifying existence, Krino couldn't help but shudder. This is an extremely terrifying existence. The dark demon world was created by this guy. If this is true, the world will change dramatically. Then, Vados asked another question. What the masked man said, a weird world line. Kes frowned slightly, that's not very clear. After listening to it, Aixi had a general understanding. The demon world? Aixi groaned, it seems that this person is someone who should not be underestimated. Kessie looked at Aixi, so the gods of destruction are going to get rid of these pests next. Aixi nodded, yes. Kes pondered, be careful, those guys can't be underestimated, they can kill you if you are not careful. Aixi nodded, I understand. Kes smiled and said, then the life and death of our space-time is up to you. Aixi was about to speak when suddenly a cold snort came from her. Look in the direction of the sound. Rumshi. Rumshi was impatient. What kind of demon world is this? What kind of existence and death of time and space? It's such a mess. What does it have to do with him? Disturb his rest. Aixi didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. On the side, Krino stared at Rumshi, what do you mean? Rumsshi snorted coldly, nothing, I just want to say that you are too sensitive. Is it necessary to be so scared of such a small thing? Aren't you annoying me for asking me questions like this and that? It's just a small matter. Chrono was furious, you call this a trivial matter? Chrono stared at Rumsshi, I tell you, if you don't handle it properly, the entire space-time will be destroyed. Rumsshi laughed out loud, shook his head and said disdainfully, the entire space and time will be destroyed. Don't make people laugh. You are just a mere Supreme Kai, what do you know? How can you understand how powerful our gods of destruction are? Chrono, _____ little Supreme Kai? Rumsshi wanted to continue speaking, but was suddenly interrupted by Kessie. Kessie looked at the three of them and laughed awkwardly, ahaha, sorry everyone, Rumsshi is feeling a little uncomfortable. Vados said nothing, her face was calm, Rumshi's attitude made her very unhappy. But she did not get angry, but waited quietly for AI to speak. AIXI looked at Kessie and asked, how did you fall in love with such a stupid gods of destruction? Everyone was stunned. Kessie's expression changed slightly, and she smiled, Mr. Rumsshi is not very sensible. On the side, Rumsshi looked angry and stared at AIXI, you insulted me. He has always been a hot-tempered, impulsive and easily angered person. After what AIXI said just now, he is already a little angry. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of destruction emanated from MSI's body, the aura of the gods of destruction was overwhelming. Everyone's expression changed slightly. AIXI glanced at this divine power indifferently. At the middle level of gods of destruction, it was not too strong. Compared to Beerus, it's nothing. The two people on the side were not too surprised. Vados did it because he is an angel, and Chrono did it because he has seen a lot. AIXI raised her hand and waved. Boom. The next breath. A huge and terrifying energy gushed out, and in an instant, the entire space and time began to become illusory. With a hum, Rumsshi was already in a completely different world. Two AIXI and the others are all in the gods of destruction realm, while Rumsshi has disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Kes said slowly, the power of time and space. AIXI looked at Kessie and smiled, you wouldn't mind if I teach him a lesson, right? Kessie didn't say anything. Rumshi's style of doing things today was indeed unpleasant, but it was not a crime punishable by death. Lord Rumshi was just more impulsive. AIXI said calmly, I am also quite impulsive. Kessie didn't say anything and just stared at AIXI. Not long. Kes thought for a moment and said, be gentle. Obviously, this was agreed. AIXI nodded slightly and disappeared on the spot. Kessie sighed, Rumshi was indeed too easily angered, which was why he offended others. Then, Kes raised his head and looked at Vados with his eyes slightly narrowed. Vados, I didn't know you had the habit of being a guide for others. Vados smiled slightly, sister, I am Angel of AIXI. Kessie's pretty face was slightly surprised, Angel, then, she asked the question that puzzled her, don't the gods of destruction of time have angels? And, aren't you an angel from the 6th universe? As she was talking, Kessie seemed to realize something and stared at Vados, or are you attracted to this man? Suddenly, a barely perceptible blush appeared on Vados's face, but she coughed twice and said calmly, sister, I just saw AIXI's potential. Although it was just a flash, but Kes took it all in. Kes suddenly realized, and a trace of anger appeared on her pretty face, Vados, how dare you hide this from me? Leading. Vados was puzzled, what did I hide from you? Kes looked at Vados, tell me, did you hand over the source of Angel as well? Vados was slightly surprised, how do you know? Kes sneered, I knew it. Kessie stared at Vados. She might not care too much about Rumshi's affairs. Just let her be beaten. Who made him so mean? But Vados's case is different. Kes looked serious, Vados, Angel is different from ordinary people. If you want to be with him, you have to be able to tolerate whether he will die or not. Chrono looked at the two people also see things clearly. A sigh appeared on Chrono's pretty face. It seems that my gods of destruction is quite charming. Vados interrupted Kes, sister, he is the gods of destruction. You told me he will die. Kos was slightly stunned. Indeed, the gods of destruction of time would die due to their lifespan? So she asked in a deep voice, then aren't you afraid that he will die in battle? Gods of destruction, you pigs don't even know when you'll die. Vados smiled slightly, I believe him. Kes was helpless and looked at Vados for a long time, you are not my good sister anymore. Vados was slightly stunned. Why do you say that? Kes wanted to cry but had no tears, since you can also be moved by one person. Vados shook his head, sister, I told you, I just saw his potential. Kes shook her head and waved her hands, stop talking, I'm painting. Vados was helpless too. At this time, Kessie gritted her teeth and said, Vados, wait a minute, I will help you take a good look at this AIXI. I lead knowing that his sister was angry, Vados didn't dare to say much. He just hoped that AIXI wouldn't be too miserable. Aside. Just as he was enjoying the melon, Chrono's expression suddenly changed. A noisy voice came from the junior high school. Chrono quickly said, I'll be back soon. Vados and Kos looked towards Chrono. Vados was puzzled, what happened? Chrono looked anxious, big news. My people are trapped in a universe and can't get out. After that, she continued, I'm going back first, you ask AIXI to come to the corridor of time to find me, swish. Chrono's figure disappeared from the spot. And just a moment after Chrono left. Snap! A figure was suddenly thrown out from the crack and fell to the ground. Rumsshi. At this moment, Rumsshi was covered in wounds and had lost consciousness. His pupils were white and his mouth was wide open. It was obvious that he had seen a shocking scene before he fell into a coma. The next moment, AIXI walked out slowly. P.S. I feel a little bit nervous. If there is no update today, it won't be 4 people.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.